Chapter 32:19. There's only one thing, Medicine Pill Valley. Li Jiao looked at Yang Kai with some worry. Although there were no great emperor's sects in the Northern Territory, and Medicine Pill Valley was only a place for the great emperors to cultivate, not a sect, if Yang Kai really stirred up trouble in the Northern Territory, he might provoke Medicine Pill Valley's people. Once Medicine Pill Valley intervened, there would be no end to this matter. Yang Kai sneered, I don't want to exterminate the hundreds of millions of cultivators in the Northern Territory, I just want to occupy some cities and make them pay tribute every year. Why would Medicine Pill Valley care? Tilting his head, he looked at Li Jiao and said, Brother Li doesn't think I want to exterminate the Northern Territory's great sects, does he? Li Jiao broke out in cold sweat, I misunderstood. When he heard Yang Kai say that he wanted to unify the Northern Territory, he really thought he was going to start a massacre, but now he realized that he had been overthinking things. If he only wanted to occupy some cities and make them pay tribute every year, it wouldn't be too excessive. After all, there was still a lot of room for negotiation. Yang Kai reached out and patted his shoulder. Since you want to do this, you need to establish your prestige first. The High Sky sect is a good target, so I'll have to trouble Brother Li to send a message to Mi Chi and tell him to come see me at the High Heaven Palace as soon as possible. Li Jiao smiled bitterly. Brother Yang wants me to be the bad guy. Yang Kai blinked. Who asked Brother Li to be so familiar with Mi Chi? All right, I will inform him as soon as possible, but I don't know what he will do. As long as you inform him, Yang Kai smiled slightly before turning around and stepping into the space array. With a flash of light, he disappeared. The High Sky sect was also one of the top sects in the Northern Territory, not inferior to Fire Dragon Palace or Ice Heart Valley in terms of strength, both of them having third-stage Emperor Realm Masters. Since Yang Kai wanted to establish his might and spread the name of the High Heaven Palace, he naturally had to choose a suitable target. If Ice Heart Valley and Fire Dragon Palace didn't work, then he could only start with the High Sky sect. Having said that, the High Sky sect, like the Fire Dragon Palace, also owed Yang Kai a large amount of source crystals. Over the years, they had paid back a lot of source crystals, but who knew how long it would take for them to pay it all back? The days passed quickly, and Yang Kai was also busy every day. He didn't even have time to talk to Shanqing Luo and Shui Yu. The food, accommodation, and cultivation of the hundreds of thousands of disciples was a big problem. If they didn't solve it properly, they couldn't do anything else. Under his instructions, Hua Qing Sai returned to the Southern Territory and bought a large number of source condensing pills from Violet Source Chamber of Commerce, distributing them to the Peak Origin King Realm cultivator who was preparing to break through to the Dao Source realm. A few days later, 100 instructors also came over from the Fire Dragon Palace. Yang Kai and Hua Qing Sai discussed and arranged for the 100 instructors to be distributed to the various peaks. These 100 instructors were all Dao Source realm cultivators, so it would be no problem for them to teach the disciples who came from the Star Territory. When new Dao Source realm masters were born in each peak, the gap in the High Heaven Palace would be filled. At that time, the old would teach the new, so there was no need to worry too much. The various peaks were of different sizes, and the number of people living in them also varied. The smallest had 200 to 300 people, while the largest had 2,000 to 3,000 people. The instructors who were assigned fewer people were naturally happy, but the instructors who were assigned 2,000 to 3,000 people were miserable. Just think about it, if a person had to teach 2,000 to 3,000 people, even if only 1% of them came to ask him about cultivation every day, he definitely wouldn't have time to rest. A month later, in the High Heaven Palace's conference hall, Yang Kai sat on the throne. The three Monster King and Hua Qing Sai, the chief steward, stood on both sides of the steps, forming an 8-character formation. Below him, to his left and right, there were more than 100 people. Today was the first time the entire High Heaven Palace was holding a conference. These 100 people were the peak masters of the various peaks of the High Heaven Palace, and their cultivations varied. Yang Kai didn't know half of them. Yang Kai's gaze swept across the crowd, and everyone saluted in unison, "Greetings, Palace Master." Regardless of whether the people standing below were his elders or fellow disciples, since they came to the star boundary and entered the High Heaven Palace, they were now people of the High Heaven Palace. He was the Palace Master, so he naturally had to accept everyone's worship. Yang Kai raised his hand, and secretly laughed in his heart. He didn't expect that when he first established the High Heaven Palace, there would be such a big scene. He was afraid that in the entire star boundary, there wouldn't be any sect that would gather so many people for a conference. It was just like an emperor in the mortal world. But then again, there really wasn't any sect that could have as many people as the High Heaven Palace, so it was inevitable that such a scene would occur. Although it was a conference, it was just setting up some rules. A sect couldn't be complete without rules. There were hundreds of thousands of disciples and hundreds of spirit peaks. Even if the High Heaven Palace was now a big sect and didn't lack cultivation resources, they couldn't just give them out casually. The amount of cultivation resources that each peak could receive every month, and how much would be distributed to each person, were all carefully calculated and worked out. In addition, there were many rules for rewards and punishments. These were all discussed by Hua Qing Sai and Bian Yuqing long ago. At this moment, they were standing in the main hall and reading it out, mainly for the peak masters to remember it and then pass it on to their disciples. This way, they wouldn't be punished when they made a mistake. There would naturally be rewards when there were punishments. Those who improved their cultivation by leaps and bounds would be rewarded for their contributions to the sect. After a busy day, half a day passed. In the following time, the peak masters of each peak reported the situation of each peak. Fortunately, there weren't any troublesome matters. The hundreds of thousands of disciples had just arrived, so they were relatively stable. Most of them had received some cultivation resources and were cultivating in seclusion. It wasn't until evening that the crowd gradually dispersed. Someone hurriedly reported from outside the hall, "Greetings, Palace Master, Master invites you over." Yang Kai looked over and found that this person was Ji Ying's eldest disciple. He immediately became spirited. "Brother Ji, you're back?" The disciple said, "Master only returned at noon. He heard that Palace Master was in a conference with the Peak Masters, so he didn't disturb you. I'll go take a look." Yang Kai immediately rushed to Spirit Dan Peak. When he reached Spirit Dan Peak and entered the main hall, he looked around and saw that Ji Ying was alone. Yang Kai's face lit up and he cupped his fists. "Brother Ji." Ji Ying returned the greeting. "Brother Yang, fortunately I didn't disappoint you." Although he had guessed before seeing Xia Ningchang, Yang Kai was still overjoyed when he heard him say this. He grabbed Ji Ying's arm and pulled him to sit down. "The great emperors agreed to accept Ningchang as a disciple?" Ji Ying smiled. "No." Yang Kai's face stiffened. How could that be? Ji Ying had been gone for more than a month, and Yang Kai hadn't seen Xia Ningchang just now, so he thought that the great emperors had already accepted his little senior sister as a disciple. Who knew that Ji Ying would pour a bucket of cold water on him? "Brother Yang, listen to me." Ji Ying smiled faintly. Master said that he would no longer accept a disciple. Since he had said that, he naturally couldn't go back on his word. Yang Kai glared. "Ningchang has the sacred spirit medicine body. How could the great emperors not be tempted?" Ji Ying said, "It is precisely because sister-in-law has the sacred spirit medicine body that Master felt that if he left her alone, he would waste such a good physique, so he left sister-in-law in Medicine Pill Valley." "What does that mean?" Yang Kai was puzzled. If he didn't accept Xia Ningchang as a disciple, why did he leave her in Medicine Pill Valley? Ji Ying said, "Master's meaning is that eldest brother, second brother, and fourth senior sister will work together to teach sister-in-law. Master even said that if there is anything she doesn't understand, sister-in-law can ask him for advice, but this master-disciple relationship is waived." Yang Kai was stunned. Is there any difference between this and taking her as a disciple? Xia Ningchang stayed in Medicine Pill Valley and was taught by several disciples of the great emperors. She could even ask the great emperors some questions about alchemy. No matter how he looked at it, she was no different from a disciple. Ji Ying smiled faintly. Master seems to be a little annoyed that he said he wouldn't take any more disciples back then, and he is even more annoyed that word has spread. Yang Kai was stunned for a long time before he laughed loudly. Only now did he realize that it wasn't that the great emperors didn't want to take Xia Ningchang as a disciple, but that he didn't want to slap his own face. If those words hadn't spread, the great emperors definitely wouldn't have refused. So Brother Yang can rest assured. With brother and the others teaching little junior sister, She will definitely be able to carry forward Master's legacy. Yang Kai looked at him mockingly. The great emperors didn't accept my humble wife, but Brother Ji called her little junior sister. If the great emperors heard this, that's the truth. Ji Ying didn't care. As the fifth disciple of the great emperors, how could he not see through the great emperor's thoughts? The great emperors were also people who cherished talents. Although they couldn't accept Xia Ningchang as a disciple because of a single sentence, they would definitely guide her carefully. Calling her little junior sister was just a matter of not having a proper status, but Ji Ying's other brothers all agreed. Good, good, good. Yang Kai clapped his hands excitedly. Su Yang went to Ice Heart Valley to become a little junior sister, and Xia Ningchang went to Medicine Pill Valley to become a little junior sister. It could be said that they shared the same fate, but this was inevitable. Compared to others, they couldn't compare in age and cultivation. Little junior sister was just a little junior sister. It was cool under a big tree. Shanqing Luo and Shui Yu didn't have a place to stay. Shanqing Luo didn't want to go to the ancient wild lands, so the two women could only stay in High Heaven Palace and cultivate. Shanqing Luo was better off, as she could ask the three great monster king for some cultivation experience, but as for Shui Yu, she could only be taught by Yang Kai himself. Although Yang Kai had experienced many hardships along the way, he was still a second-order Emperor Realm Master, so teaching her cultivation wasn't a problem. In a good mood, Yang Kai stayed on Spirit Pill Peak to drink and chat with Ji Ying. The High Sky Sect was one of the 4 top sects in the Northern Territory. Sect Master Mi Chi was a third-order Emperor Realm Master and was famous throughout the Northern Territory, but ever since the High Heaven Palace appeared in the Northern Territory, life had become difficult. Every year, more than half of their harvest had to be handed over to the High Heaven Palace, so they lived a tight life. Fortunately, they had the Fire Dragon Palace as a fellow sufferer, otherwise, they wouldn't know what to do. On this day, Li Jiao came to visit. Mi Chi was an old acquaintance of his, so he naturally welcomed him warmly. A banquet was set up to entertain him, and after 3 rounds of wine, Li Jiao smiled slightly and said, "This Li came uninvited today because someone asked me to." Mi Chi was startled. "Who asked you to come? What is it?" Li Jiao was also a third-order Emperor Realm Master like him, and he also had a half-dragon bloodline. If they really fought, Mi Chi admitted that he wasn't his opponent. Who had such great face to ask him to come? Chapter 32:20. High Heaven Palace's Palace Master. Li Jiao replied. The corners of Mi Chi's eyes twitched as he bared his teeth. How could it be him? With a disgusted expression on his face, he obviously didn't have the slightest good impression of Yang Kai. This was not surprising though. Although he had only met Yang Kai once, it was during that meeting that he had lost a large amount of source crystals from the High Sky Sect. Every time he thought about it, he felt like his heart was being cut by a knife and regretted joining in on the fun. Looking at Li Jiao from the corner of his eyes, Mi Chi asked, "Brother Li, haven't you been oppressed enough by him? Why are you trying to curry favor with him now?" His tone was slightly sarcastic and his heart was filled with resentment. He had some friendship with Li Jiao, and although their friendship wasn't deep, it was still better than Yang Kai's. Now that Li Jiao had actually come to pass on a message to Yang Kai, of course Mi Chi wasn't happy about it. He felt that Li Jiao was really a spineless coward and that he even had a half-dragon bloodline. Li Jiao was also a little embarrassed by Mi Chi's words, but it was not convenient for him to say that his relationship with Yang Kai had greatly improved. Even Yang Kai had waived the debts of the Fire Dragon Palace for many years, so he could only bitterly reply, "There's nothing I can do about it." Who told him to be the creditor? People have no choice but to lower their heads under the eaves. Mi Chi slammed the table as a fierce light flashed in his eyes. That despicable villain schemed against us in the past. If not for Grandmaster Ji's face, this king wouldn't have bothered with him all these years. This was the truth. The High Sky Sect was one of the top sects in the Northern Territory, and Mi Chi was a third-layer Emperor Realm Master. Even if he had lost a bet with Yang Kai back then, he could have reneged on it afterwards. With such a large amount of source crystals involved, what was a little bit of face to him? However, what happened back then happened right under Ji Ying's nose. Later, He heard that even Ji Ying was sent to the High Heaven Palace and became the chief alchemist of the High Heaven Palace. That was why Mi had no choice but to compromise. If he really went back on his word, he might anger Ji Ying. He wasn't afraid of Yang Kai, but he was still very wary of Ji Ying. That wondrous pill was a disciple of the great emperors and an emperor pill master. Neither of these could be underestimated. Li Jiao thought that it was not a scheme, but a fair and square victory in alchemy. If he had not gone through life and death with Yang Kai a few times, his thoughts would not be much different from Mi. However, after going out with him a few times, Li Jiao's impression of Yang Kai had changed a lot. He felt that Yang Kai was not bad, but of course, the premise was that he did not provoke him. Mi picked up his glass and downed it in one gulp, as if he wanted to vent the anger in his heart, quickly asking, "Brother Li, what did that evil creature want you to convey?" Li Jiao's expression was calm as he replied, "Palace Master Yang's meaning is that the High Sky sect should submit to the High Heaven Palace." "What?" Mi's eyes widened. "I seem to have misheard. Brother Li, what did you say just now?" Li Jiao sighed in his heart. How could he not know that Mi was asking the obvious? There were only the two of them here, and there was no noise. Mi was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so he could only repeat what he said just now. Ha ha. Mi was so angry that he laughed, a cold light flashing in his eyes as he played with the wine glass in his hand. "Then how should I submit?" His tone was cold, and it was obvious that he had some complaints about Li Jiao. Daring to make such a rude request, Li Jiao, as the messenger, was very difficult to like. Before Li Jiao came here, he knew that his little friendship with Mi would come to an end. Now, seeing the look on his face, Li Jiao felt a little regretful and said, "Brother Mi, rest assured, Palace Master Yang seems to have no intention of seizing the High Sky Sect's territory, but the High Heaven Palace seems to need a lot of cultivation materials now. Palace Master Yang's meaning is that the High Sky Sect should hand over some of its annual income to the High Heaven Palace in the future." Mi said sarcastically, "How much is this sum?" "Half." Li Jiao asked tentatively. Yang Kai had never mentioned this number before, but if it was too little, it would definitely not satisfy Yang Kai's appetite. "Half." Mi smiled and raised his wine cup. "Brother Li, drink up." Li Jiao was puzzled, but he still raised his glass and clinked it with Mi. When the wine entered his stomach, there was a crash as Mi smashed the wine glass to the ground, slammed the table, and stood up, shouting, "You've gone too far. Do you really think that there is no one in my High Sky sect?" He had been cultivating all this time and was not scared. If just anyone came and asked him to hand over half of the High Sky sect's income, then he wouldn't have been able to live until now. This was not like those debts. Although those debts were not small, there would be a time when they would be repaid. It would only take another 30 years or so for them to be repaid, but if he really submitted to the High Heaven Palace as Li Jiao said, then he would have to hand over half of his income every year unless the High Sky sect was completely destroyed. How could he agree to such a deceitful act? If he really agreed, what would the world think of him? What would the disciples of the High Sky sect think of him? "Brother Mi, please calm down. Shut up." Mi glared at Li Jiao angrily and laughed disdainfully. "Brother Li really has a good temper. Back then, you and I were humiliated together, and we were exploited and oppressed by the High Heaven Palace for so many years. It's fine if you don't want to take revenge, but now you're actually colluding with that evil creature. Palace Master Yang, hey. I really didn't know when Brother Li hugged someone else's thigh and willingly attached himself to their leg hair." Li Jiao was embarrassed by his words, but these words were really unpleasant to hear. He said with a straight face, "It's a long story." He couldn't tell Mi about his experience with Yang Kai all these years. Not to mention that the two of them weren't that close, but the secrets related to Dragon Island couldn't be easily divulged. What a long story. Mi's eyes were full of mockery. Brother Li judged the situation and was willing to submit to someone else. "I don't blame you. Everyone has their own ambitions, but I won't be as bad as you." In other words, he was saying that Li Jiao was afraid of death and was a coward. Li Jiao's face turned ugly. "I'm only responsible for passing on the message." "Brother Mi, why do you have to say such unpleasant words?" Whether this matter succeeds or not has nothing to do with me. People who walk different paths cannot make plans together. Palace Master Li, please leave. Michi changed the way he addressed Li Jiao from Brother Li to Palace Master Li, clearly drawing a clear line between him and Li Jiao. Li Jiao shook his head and stood up. Considering their friendship, he still reminded, Sect Master Mi, please reconsider. Before the High Heaven Palace rose, they were able to destroy the Seeking Passion sect. Now that several decades have passed, I'm afraid they have become even stronger. Do you think the High Sky sect is comparable to the Seeking Passion sect? Why do you want to bring disaster upon yourself? Michi sneered, Palace Master Li should mind his own business. You don't need to worry about my High Sky sect's affairs. If Yang Kai wants my High Sky sect to submit, he might as well come and talk to this Mi personally. Let's see if my High Sky sect agrees. That's all I have to say. Li Jiao nodded lightly, cupped his fists, and turned to leave. He had already passed on the message. As for what choice Michi would make, that was up to him. Since Yang Kai wanted to use the High Sky sect to establish his prestige in the Northern Territory, he probably expected that the High Sky sect would not easily agree to such a request. Perhaps this situation was what Yang Kai wanted to see. Otherwise, how could he establish his prestige? Of the 4 top sects in the Northern Territory, 2 had a good relationship with the High Heaven Palace, and the only remaining one was the High Sky sect. Inside the main hall, Michi coldly looked in the direction Li Jiao left, a disdainful sneer on his face. He felt that Li Jiao was exaggerating. He didn't know what method Yang Kai used to make the Fire Dragon Palace follow his lead. Even Li Jiao had come to pass on a message to him. He had also heard about the destruction of the Seeking Passion sect. It was a big deal in the Northern Territory, so it was difficult for him not to know about it. The Seeking Passion sect was indeed not inferior to the High Sky sect. Such a big sect could be easily destroyed, but that did not mean that the High Sky sect would be as vulnerable as the Seeking Passion sect. The reason why the Seeking Passion sect was destroyed was because all the masters had been dispatched to Ice Heart Valley, but Yang Kai had led some masters to join forces with Ice Heart Valley and wiped them out. Michi did not intend to attack the High Heaven Palace. If Yang Kai really provoked him, he could rely on the High Sky sect's sect defending array and the masters in the sect to deal with him. If he could lure him into the sect's sect defending array, he might even be able to kill him. Taking the initiative to attack and defending the sect were obviously 2 different concepts. However, there was one thing he had to guard against. Yang Kai had 3 Monster King subordinates, each of them comparable to a 3rd-layer Emperor Realm Master. They would not be easy to deal with. Rolling his eyes, Michi clapped his hands. A black-robed man immediately walked in. Michi looked at him and asked, Is the blue jade fruit in the medicine garden about to ripen? The black-robed man did not know why Michi suddenly asked this and cupped his fists. It will ripen in a month. Michi nodded. Good, send a message to old Dao and invite him over to taste it. The black-robed man cupped his fists and nodded before leaving. Turning around, Michi looked in the direction of the High Heaven Palace and sneered. Yang Kai, oh Yang Kai, you'd better know your place. If you really don't put my High Sky sect in your eyes, you won't be able to leave this time. Sect Master Yi, this is the situation. You know the current situation of my High Heaven Palace. There are too many disciples, and the 100 peaks are full. Some of the peaks have between 2,000 and 3,000 disciples. It's very crowded. Going out is like going to the market. Your Thousand Leaves sect doesn't have many disciples, but you occupy such a large spirit peak. Many peak masters already have some complaints. After thinking about it, I can only thicken my face and come here to discuss it with you. Yang Kai said helplessly. Sitting across from him was Thousand Leaves sect's sect master Yi Hen, but the food on the table in the middle was untouched. Palace master means. Yi Hen looked at Yang Kai inquisitively. Back then, I brought you to the High Heaven Palace for 2 reasons. First, the cultivation environment here is good, and there are no disturbances. It's suitable for you to recuperate. Second, the calamity your Thousand Leaves sect encountered was caused by me. This palace master feels guilty. Palace master is too serious. It's my Thousand Leaves sect's weakness. Speaking of which, it's also thanks to Palace Master's care that my Thousand Leaves sect was able to protect Xinhua. There's no need to thank me. Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "Today, I'm going to be the bad guy. I'd like to hear the details." Yang Kai smiled bitterly. As the saying goes, a mountain can't hold two tigers. Although it's not very appropriate to place it in my High Heaven Palace, it's just that. It's not that this Palace Master wants to burn the bridge after crossing it, but there is another sect in my High Heaven Palace. Chapter 32:21. Palace Master wants us to move out. Yi Hen was shocked. After what happened back then, Thousand Leaves sect was reduced to less than 200 to 300 disciples, and their strength was also mixed. If not for Yang Kai's care over the years, they would not have been able to survive. Not to mention, the disciples' cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds, and even he, the sect master, had been promoted to the Emperor realm. Sect Master Yi, you still have a choice. Yang Kai raised a finger and said, "First, Thousand Leaves sect will completely merge into the High Heaven Palace. From then on, Thousand Leaves sect will cease to exist, only Thousand Leaves Peak, and you will become the Peak Master. We have discussed this before, but that was then and this is now. This way, the other Peak Masters will not have any objections." Yi Hen's expression changed slightly. If that was the case, Thousand Leaves sect would truly cease to exist, so he asked hesitantly, "What is the second choice?" Yang Kai said, "I will send you back to Thousand Leaves sect's old grounds. Every time Manager Hua goes to the Southern Territory, she will pass through there. I heard that no one has occupied it yet, but it is a little shabby. Sect Master Yi only needs to order the disciples to repair it a little and you should be able to move in. As for safety, there is no need to worry. Sect Master Yi is now in the Emperor realm, so you should have some ability to protect yourself. With those heavens puppets, no one will be foolish enough to cause trouble for you. In addition, I am also a guest elder of Azure Sun Temple. When the time comes, I will greet Azure Sun Temple and ask them to take care of Thousand Leaves sect. You will naturally have the time and space to grow." Yi Hen was moved when he heard this and said gratefully, "Palace Master is too kind." He knew that Yang Kai had already done all he could, so he did not have any complaints in his heart. The fact that Yang Kai was willing to discuss this matter with him so openly was already the greatest respect he could give him. Otherwise, with Yang Kai's current strength, he could easily sweep them out of the sect. However, if they really left and returned to Thousand Leaves sect, would they still have a chance to take revenge in the future? Over the years, the disciples' cultivation had improved rapidly, and even he had broken through to the Emperor realm. It was all thanks to the High Heaven Palace's excellent cultivation environment and endless supply of resources. Once they returned to the Southern Territory, they would have to start all over again. Even if Azure Sun Temple could protect them, where would they get cultivation resources? The Thousand Leaves sect was proficient in refining puppets, but refining them required a large amount of materials. Moreover, would the disciples really be willing to return to the Southern Territory with him? There's no need to consider. Yi Hen suddenly spoke. Yang Kai turned his head to look at him. Yi Hen stood up and cupped his fists respectfully. This Yi Hen is willing to lead the disciples of Thousand Leaves sect to the High Heaven Palace, but I have a request. Yang Kai grinned. Let's hear it. When the time comes, I hope Palace Master will allow me to lead Thousand Leaves Peak's disciples to Flowing Shadow Sword sect to seek justice. Flowing Shadow Sword sect was the sect that had destroyed Thousand Leaves sect. Although they had been ordered to do so, it was indeed them who had done it. Yi Hen had painstakingly cultivated for so many years in order to one day set foot in Flowing Shadow Sword sect and take revenge for the deaths of his disciples. If Palace Master can agree to this condition, this subordinate is willing to serve High Heaven Palace like a dog or horse. Of course, how can I not agree? Yang Kai chuckled. You and I have discussed this matter before, and I'll say the same thing now. If you want to personally take revenge, then work hard on your cultivation. Flowing Shadow Sword sect is not a pushover. Yi Hen nodded and waved his sleeves, cupping his fists and bowing respectfully. Thousand Leaves Peak Master Yi Hen greets Palace Master. Although he had addressed Yang Kai as Palace Master before, it was clearly different from before. From now on, the original members of Thousand Leaves sect would truly belong to the High Heaven Palace, and their puppet refining techniques would also become part of the High Heaven Palace's capital. To be honest, Yang Kai wasn't too willing to let Yi Hen leave, but what he said was also the truth. Thousand Leaves sect's 200 to 300 disciples occupied an excellent main peak, causing the other peak masters to have a lot of complaints. It would be fine if they were from the same sect, but the key point was that Yi Hen and the others were just outsiders. It was only because they had arrived relatively early that they were able to occupy a good place. Now, there was no need to worry about this. He informed Yi Hen that in a few days, some people would be sent to Thousand Leaves Peak. With such a large main peak, it would be a waste not to accommodate at least 3,000 people. Returning from Yi Hen's place, Yang Kai had a relaxed expression on his face. After entering the main hall of High Heaven Peak, a maidservant immediately greeted him. "Palace Master, Master Ji is here." "Brother Ji? Is something the matter?" Yang Kai was stunned. The maidservant covered her mouth and smiled. "It's not Master Ji Ying, but Master Ji Yao." Yang Kai's footsteps paused as he walked in and asked with a guilty conscience, "What is she here for?" Last time, something had happened in Ice Heart Valley's secret art pavilion. Although Yang Kai had some lingering memories, he could not understand Ji Yao's attitude. The two of them had already done such intimate things, but Ji Yao acted as if nothing had happened. No matter how he looked at it, it was very strange. Fortunately, she had warned Yang Kai not to let Su Yang know about this matter, otherwise, Yang Kai would have to worry about whether she would use this to blackmail him. Since she had warned him so, he definitely would not take the initiative to reveal this secret. After returning, Yang Kai had been busy these past few days, so he had put the matter of that day to the back of his mind. Now that he heard that Ji Yao had come, he could not help but feel a little apprehensive. That day, Ji Yao seemed to have lost control of her emotions. Could it be that she regretted it now and came to settle accounts with him? If that was the case, he would lose a lot of face. The maidservant replied, "I don't know." After Master Ji Yao arrived, she went inside and told this servant to tell Master to see her when he returned. Yang Kai scratched his neck with an uneasy expression, then looked at the maidservant and asked, "What was her expression when she arrived? Was she angry?" The maidservant was puzzled. "No, Master Ji Yao was always cold. I don't know if she was angry or not." "Can't you tell if she was angry or not?" Yang Kai glared at her. The maidservant hurriedly lowered her head. "This servant really doesn't know." Forget it, forget it." Yang Kai waved his hand. "Go back to your work." The maidservant obeyed and fled. Yang Kai paced back and forth in the hall, really not knowing what Ji Yao's intentions were. It was reasonable to say that the two of them meeting now would be somewhat awkward, but Yang Kai didn't know what her intentions were, so he was somewhat hesitant. After pacing back and forth a few times, Yang Kai even walked to the entrance of the hall, preparing to ignore Ji Yao. In any case, it was impossible for her to stay in High Heaven Palace forever, so he could naturally avoid this awkwardness. Thinking about it again, the one who should be embarrassed wasn't him, but her. She wasn't afraid, so what was a man like him afraid of? In any case, the one who suffered a loss was her. Turning around, Yang Kai valiantly walked into the hall, his steps like a dragon or a tiger, extremely arrogant. After searching for a long time, Yang Kai finally found Ji Yao in one of the rooms. This was Su Yang's room, built against a cliff. Outside the balcony was a bottomless cliff with clouds swirling around it. When Yang Kai pushed open the door and entered, he saw Ji Yao standing by the railing, her eyes gazing out at the setting sun. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on her, dyeing her whole body a golden yellow. As the wind blew, her hair and dress fluttered, as if she could fly away at any time. Ji Yao didn't even turn her head, as if she didn't feel Yang Kai's arrival at all. Yang Kai closed the door and walked over. He stood beside her and looked at her side profile. Her snow-white skin, slender neck, tall and straight. She was as quiet as a virgin. She exuded a different kind of charm. "Junior sister Yao, you're here." Yang Kai smiled and rubbed his hands. Not understanding her current attitude, Yang Kai didn't dare to be too presumptuous. When a man and a woman did such a thing, from a psychological point of view, The man would feel like he had taken advantage of her, so naturally he felt somewhat guilty. I came to pick up something. Ji Yarrow turned her head and glanced at him. What are you picking up? Young Kai asked curiously. Some change of clothes for little junior sister, Ji Yarrow replied. Young Kai stared at her in a daze for a long time before realizing what she meant. That's it. Ji Yarrow nodded gently. Young Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Did you need to come here personally? As a cultivator, everyone had a space ring. Everyone's ring must have a lot of spare change of clothes. Young Kai's space ring also had some, so he believed Su Yang must also have one. If it was just to pick up some change of clothes, there was no need for her to come here personally. You don't welcome me? Ji Yarrow raised her brow. No, absolutely not. How could I not welcome you? Young Kai flatly denied. Ji Yarrow raised her chin and said, Go find it. I don't want to touch little junior sister's things. Then wait a moment. Young Kai said before turning around and going to the wardrobe to search. Su Yang didn't care much about what she wore, but with her foundation, she was beautiful no matter what she wore. There weren't many clothes in the wardrobe, so Young Kai took them all out and stuffed them into an empty space ring. When he turned around, he discovered that Ji Yarrow had also followed him in. She was sitting sideways on the bed, and she was unreasonably quiet. Young Kai handed the space ring to her and said, It's all here. Tell her to cultivate in Ice Heart Valley with peace of mind. If she needs anything, just let me know and I'll have someone send it over. En. Ji Yarrow took the space ring and put it on her finger, raising it in front of her face to look at it, as if this space ring was a gift from Young Kai. Does junior sister have anything else to say? Young Kai asked. Nothing. Then what are you still sitting here for? Young Kai was speechless, but he was too embarrassed to drive her away. He didn't know if it was just his imagination, but in any case, this meeting was different from any other. He felt like he was in the wrong and couldn't wait to send Ji Yarrow away as soon as possible so that he wouldn't feel uneasy. Do you have something to say? Ji Yarrow looked up at him, her beautiful eyes shining brightly. Nothing. Young Kai scratched his head, thinking to himself, what could possibly happen to me? You're the one who needs something. If you have something to do, go do it yourself, don't worry about me. Ha ha. Young Kai's mouth twitched. She was a guest, so how could he leave her here alone? Chapter 32-22. With no other choice, he could only chat with Ji Yarrow for a while to prevent the atmosphere from becoming too awkward. Fortunately, now that he had Su Yang, they had some common topics to talk about. Young Kai asked about Su Yang, and Ji Yarrow answered him one by one. She learned that Su Yang was living well in Ice Heart Valley these days, and the senior sisters were also very kind to her. Of course, this was partly because of Young Kai's face, but more so because they were fellow disciples. In any case, since Bingyun opened her mouth, Su Yang was now their little junior sister, and they would be family in the future. After Bingyun learned that Su Yang had a special constitution, the ice crystal jade body, she was overjoyed. When Young Kai brought Su Yang to Ice Heart Valley to acknowledge her ancestors, he didn't mention this. Originally, he wanted to mention it, but Bingyun readily accepted Su Yang, so Young Kai didn't have to say much. The two of them, one sitting and one standing, Young Kai turned his head to look outside from time to time. His meaning was obvious. It was getting dark, and she should leave. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good for a man and a woman to be alone in a room in the middle of the night. Ji Yarrow didn't care about this at all. She sat there quietly, not feeling uncomfortable at all. As night fell, the rolling clouds outside the window became somewhat blurry, revealing a different kind of beauty. Young Kai was a little speechless. He really didn't know what Ji Yarrow wanted to do. Could it be that she wanted to settle accounts with him because of what happened last time? But it didn't seem like it. If she really wanted to settle accounts, she could have just said it directly. Why was she still here? Standing here all the time wasn't a good idea either. It was as if he was listening to her lecture. Young Kai thought to himself that he was now the dignified palace master of High Heaven Palace. He had some face and status, and this was his territory. What right did she have to sit while he stood? Turning around, he straightened his robe and sat on the edge of the bed, not too far from Ji Yarrow. By the way, How is junior sister Liu now? Yang Kai didn't know what to say. The so-called junior sister Liu was naturally Liu Xianyun, who had entered the star boundary through the starlight corridor with him and ended up in the Blue Feather sect. Later, by chance, she entered a small world with Yang Kai and met Bingyun there. After coming out of that small world, Liu Xianyun joined Ice Heart Valley. Speaking of which, Liu Xianyun did not cultivate an ice attribute secret art, so according to Ice Heart Valley's standards, she was not qualified to become a disciple, but she had no place to settle down, so Yang Kai could not just ignore her and asked Bingyun to accept her. Junior sister Liu has been in retreat recently to break through to the Emperor realm. I haven't seen her for many years, but I think she should be fine, Ji Yarrow replied faintly. A cultivator who came from a lower star territory had excellent aptitude and perception, so they were very likely to reach the Emperor realm. Liu Xianyun was also one of the top masters in the Great Desolate Star territory. After joining Ice Heart Valley, she was given abundant cultivation resources and a good cultivation environment, so after accumulating enough strength, she suddenly had a chance to rise. Yang Kai nodded gently, feeling happy for Liu Xianyun. Ji Yarrow's next words made Yang Kai's heart jump. Big brother is also interested in junior sister Liu? Yang Kai stared at her and said seriously, "Don't talk nonsense, you're ruining my reputation." Ji Yarrow leisurely played with her sleeves. "Senior martial brother, haven't you done a lot of things to ruin other people's reputation?" "What do you mean? Wasn't it just because I couldn't control myself that day? And you can't blame me for everything that happened that day. If you think you've suffered a loss, how about I let you molest me right now?" Turning his head to look at her, Yang Kai said seriously, "Junior sister Yao, I think you may have some misunderstanding about me." "Ha ha." Ji Yarrow's lips curled slightly, but she did not comment. Yang Kai suddenly became angry and leaned towards her, the veins on his forehead throbbing. "Can you not laugh like that? It's very disrespectful to laugh like that." Originally, he was angry, but after he finished speaking, Yang Kai's expression became startled. Because a trace of panic suddenly flashed across Ji Yarrow's face, and her long eyelashes quickly trembled a few times. When he came back to his senses, Yang Kai's expression twitched, only then did he realize that he had almost stuck his mouth on her face. This is fucking embarrassing again. He originally wanted to explain, but now he had the suspicion of taking advantage of her. It really was yellow mud falling into his crotch. If he didn't do that, then what? If he retreated now, it would make him look guilty. Yang Kai rolled his eyes, thinking about how he should quietly change the topic. But he saw a faint blush appear on Ji Yarrow's fair little face, and a faint fragrance also lingered on the tip of his nose, entering his nostrils, as if an invisible little hand was scratching his heart. What's going on? Yang Kai was a bit confused. Why didn't she dodge? He had accidentally stuck himself so close to her, so logically speaking, Ji Yarrow should have dodged, but she clearly had no intention of dodging. Her eyes flickered with a bit of panic, and a small hand unconsciously twisted her snow-white sleeve, looking down submissively. Yang Kai's gaze swept across her fair face, delicate earlobes, and slender neck. From this angle, he could even faintly see a bit of the scenery on her chest, but her clothes were too tight, so it was a bit hard to see, but the darkness between the gaps of the clothes gave people unlimited room for imagination. He swallowed his saliva, turned his head to the side, and whistled as if nothing had happened. His butt moved to the side, and he was much closer to Ji Yao. "Huh." No reaction. He moved a little more, and a little more, a warm feeling came from his side, and it was obvious that he had already touched her. Until now, Ji Yarrow still had no reaction, and did not even have any intention of dodging, but when Yang Kai stuck close to her, he clearly felt her body tremble. "It can't be, right?" Yang Kai shouted in his heart. A thought surged in his mind, and he couldn't suppress it no matter how hard he tried. One hand on the bed, the other hand quietly went around Ji Yarrow's back, slowly pulling her back, and hugging her. After the whistle stopped, Yang Kai sat up straight, looking straight ahead, but using the corner of his eye to size up Ji Yarrow. Ji Yarrow turned her head to look at him, her sharp gaze like a knife cutting Yang Kai's face. Even if Yang Kai's face was thick, he was still a bit flustered. But things had already come to this, so what else was there to say? His eyes were firm, and his face was resolute, as he turned his head to look at Ji Yarrow. When their four eyes met, Yang Kai's gaze was filled with aggression, like a hungry beast, while Ji Yaro's eyes were averted. "You're not that hard." Yang Kai laughed wildly in his heart, and then lowered his head to move closer to her. Ji Yaro's eyes quickly closed as her body trembled in Yang Kai's embrace, but when their lips met, her whole body suddenly went stiff. Yang Kai was secretly amused. This wasn't the first time, so why was her reaction still so big? A few days ago, in Ice Heart Valley's secret art pavilion, she had also reacted like this. She really hadn't made any progress. Tasting that sweet taste, Yang Kai quickly pried open her mouth and began to ravage her. Ji Yaro appeared to be very clumsy and didn't even have the slightest bit of cooperation, completely allowing Kai Yang to do as he pleased. If it weren't for the various tremors coming from her body, Kai Yang would have thought that the person in his arms was a block of wood. The hand that was holding onto Ji Yaro's waist slowly moved up and rested on her fragrant shoulder. Using a bit of force, he laid her flat on the bed. Kai Yang flipped over and got on top of her. With one hand on her back and the other on her waist, he was completely unrestrained. The atmosphere was so hot that it seemed like it was going to burn the entire room. Forging iron while it's hot, things had already reached this point, so Kai Yang naturally had to go all the way. Grabbing Ji Yaro's belt with one hand, he was about to pull it off, but Ji Yaro unexpectedly grabbed his wrist, her tightly closed eyes suddenly opening, her eyes filled with a pleading look. This again? Yang Kai was a little speechless. Last time in the secret art pavilion, it seemed that kissing was okay, but when it came to more intimate matters, Ji Yaro didn't agree. However, Yang Kai obviously felt that she was aroused, and her cheeks were so red that they were almost dripping blood. Her towering chest was pounding violently, and her breathing was also extremely heavy. Yang Kai tentatively pulled at her belt again, but found that Ji Yaro was holding his wrist tightly. He suddenly felt helpless and could only settle for the next best thing, his big hand moving up her belt. She still resisted, but her resistance wasn't as strong as before. Yang Kai didn't care about her. If she didn't let him eat when she was aroused, then so be it, but he had to make her feel good. He pulled out his other hand, grabbed her two wrists, and pressed them above her head, while his other hand directly covered her full chest. Ji Yaro let out a moan, and Yang Kai leaned forward again, blocking those cherry-red lips. After an unknown amount of time, the two people on the bed had already changed positions. Yang Kai was on the bottom, and Ji Yaro was sitting on top of him. Her clothes were messy, her hair was messy, and the hairpins were messy. She didn't have the slightest bit of her image of being pure and clean. The two lumps on her chest were constantly changing shape under Yang Kai's big hands, but she was completely immersed in kissing Yang Kai's lips. However, there was clearly no skill to speak of. It was just like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, making people feel funny and angry at the same time. "Junior sister Yaro, I have a request." Yang Kai suddenly opened his mouth. Ji Yaro's movements suddenly paused, and then she gently pushed him on the chest with her palms before her whole body floated backwards and stood beside the bed. Yang Kai anxiously asked, "What do you mean? Everything was fine, so why did she suddenly run away?" Ji Yaro bit her red lips and glared at him angrily. "Rogue." She then turned around and rushed out of the room, directly jumping up the guardrail and disappearing in the blink of an eye. "How is that rogue? I haven't even said anything yet." Yang Kai chased her to the guardrail, so how could he still see her? Last time, he had taken advantage of her in Ice Heart Valley's secret art pavilion, and this time, she came to High Heaven Palace to take advantage of him. Did she think she could just let it go like this? Yang Kai didn't know if he would have another chance in the future. He couldn't help but feel a little annoyed that he hadn't hardened his heart and taken her today, mainly because he had seen her begging eyes and felt his heart soften. Letting out a long sigh, Yang Kai stepped out of the room, searched around the palace for a while, and directly came to a side room, pushed open the door, and entered. Inside the room, Shueyu was meditating and resting. Seeing Yang Kai come in, she couldn't help asking, "Husband, why are you here?" Yang Kai didn't answer and instead walked over to her and picked her up. "Where are you going?" Shueyu wrapped her arms around his neck and asked. "Looking for our Luo." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Chapter 32-23. The next morning, Yang Kai woke up leisurely and yawned as he held a delicate figure in each of his arms, filling the room with a strange smell. Last night, it was another crazy night. Gently extricating himself from the two tender figures, Yang Kai waved his hand and opened the window, allowing a cool breeze to blow away the strange smell in the room. This action also woke up Shanqing Luo and Shui Yu. Shanqing Luo's face was thick as she straightened up and stretched seductively, her exquisite figure on full display as she glared at Yang Kai and snorted, "Are you satisfied now?" Yang Kai grinned meaningfully before walking over and grabbing her chest. "You speak as if you were the one who suffered a loss. I wonder who was the one who acted so presumptuously last night." Shanqing Luo snorted, "Don't come looking for me these days. I need to enter retreat to break through to the Dao Source realm. Elder sister is already a second-order Dao Source realm cultivator. If I don't work harder, I'm afraid I won't be able to keep up with you." Saying so, she reached out and pinched Shui Yu's cheek. "Stop pretending to be asleep, hurry up and get up." Being exposed, Shui Yu blushed and could only get up, but unlike Shanqing Luo, she was not as bold as she grabbed a blanket to cover her chest. Shanqing Luo reached out and tickled her. "What are you doing? It's not like you haven't seen them before, why are you so shy?" "Ah Luo, don't make trouble." Shui Yu blushed. Although she was not as shy as her little senior sister, she was not as bold as Shanqing Luo. Sneaking a glance at Yang Kai, she saw him standing there naked and smiling, not showing any intention of stopping them, so she was immediately annoyed. "Elder sister isn't here, you're going to turn the world upside down. I'll tell elder sister when I get back." "Good, you dare to snitch." Shanqing Luo clenched her teeth and threw herself at Shui Yu, tearing off the blanket on her body. Her hands scratched Shui Yu until she cried out for mercy. She even called out to Yang Kai, "Husband, if the harem is not peaceful, how can the world be peaceful? Sister, you needs to be taught a lesson. What are you waiting for?" Yang Kai thought about it seriously, then nodded and said, "That makes sense." He approached Shui Yu with a sinister smile, and with the help of Shanqing Luo, he trampled on Shui Yu. Of course, Shanqing Luo did not escape the clutches of the devil in the end. By the time everything was settled, it was already noon. The two women helped Yang Kai put on his clothes and let him sit in front of the mirror. One of them tidied up his clothes, while the other stood behind him and combed his hair. While Shui Yu was busy, she said, "Husband, our Luo is going into seclusion, and so am I. Please don't come and harm us for the next few days. If our cultivation really can't keep up with you and big sister in the future, it will be troublesome." Yang Kai nodded. Although he was reluctant to part with love, the road to becoming a cultivator still required constant climbing. Shanqing Luo and Shui Yu had just arrived from the Star Territory, so it was a good time for them to accumulate enough strength. If they missed this opportunity, it might affect them for the rest of their lives. Yang Kai said, "Cultivate well, and if there is anything you don't understand, just ask someone. There are many people in the Emperor realm in the Imperial Palace, so teaching you won't be a problem." "Understood," Shui Yu nodded. Shanqing Luo suddenly smiled and said, "Big sister went to Ice Heart Valley, Ningchang went to Medicine Pill Valley, sister you and I are going into retreat to cultivate, so husband, you will probably be all alone for a while. Didn't you say you have a sister who is also a dragon race cultivator? Why don't you bring her here? That way, when we are not here, there will be someone to take care of you." Yang Kai murmured, "Let's talk about it later." Zhu Qing's matter wasn't easy to deal with. It was related to the prestige of Dragon Island, so the dragon race wouldn't let her go so easily. Moreover, he had caused havoc on Dragon Island last time, indirectly causing an 8th-order dragon race to die because of him. The best outcome would be if the dragon race didn't treat him as an enemy, so how could they let Zhu Qing come to High Heaven Palace? If he wanted to bring Zhu Qing out, he would need to have the strength to dominate Dragon Island. After tidying up, Yang Kai left High Heaven Peak and saw Hua Qing Sai waiting outside. She came up to him with a grumbling face. "It was fine when you weren't in the Imperial Palace before, but now that you are back, it's hard to even see you." "What's the matter?" Yang Kai asked. "Take a look." Hua Qing Sai handed over a jade slip. Yang Kai reached out and took it. After scanning it with his divine sense, he couldn't help but grit his teeth. "Why are there so many people complaining?" Hua Qing Sai said, There are too many monks and too little gruel. The instructors from Fire Dragon Palace are having a hard time these days. They don't even have time to rest, let alone cultivate. How can there be no time to rest? Yang Kai was stunned. Hua Qing Sai rolled her eyes. You'll know when I take you there. Saying so, she led Yang Kai to a nearby spirit peak. The people living on this spirit peak seemed to be the cultivator from Shadowed Star. There were about 1,000 of them. In front of a palace on the peak, there was a long line. At least 200 to 300 people were waiting here. From time to time, a cultivator would walk out of the palace with a look of enlightenment on his face. Every time someone walked out, the person at the front of the line would walk in, and the cycle would repeat. Yang Kai's eyes twitched. Pointing to the palace below, he asked, "Is that where the instructors live?" "Yes." Hua Qing Sai felt a little apprehensive when she saw this. The cultivators you brought here are all newcomers, so they aren't used to the star boundary yet. They will encounter all kinds of problems in their cultivation, and once they encounter a problem, they will look for the instructors of each peak to ask for a solution. However, each peak only has one instructor. Look at this line. How could the instructors have any time to rest? This is only the peak with 1,000 people. The peaks with 2,000 to 3,000 people are in a more serious situation. The peaks with only a few hundred people are in a better situation, but they are still very busy. A few of the instructors have already come to me, saying that they can't stand the life here. Even if they will be punished, they will return to Fire Dragon Palace immediately. They asked me to contact Palace Master Li. Ignore them. Hua Qing Sai said, "I have temporarily suppressed them, but how can the instructors teach their disciples well with this kind of attitude? If they don't teach well, it will affect the disciples' lives. Palace Master, you really need to find more instructors." I have this plan. Hua Qing Sai said, "Ice Heart Valley has a good relationship with us. Can we borrow some people from them? Ice Heart Valley is fine. I have thought about it before, but Ice Heart Valley's disciples all cultivate ice attribute secret arts. They are too focused and are not suitable to be instructors here." "Then what should we do?" "I have my own plans." Yang Kai replied, "But before more instructors come, you have to find a way to appease these people. How about this? Give them a monthly salary so they won't work for nothing." "I have the same idea. I was just about to report it to you. You can decide on this matter yourself. If it doesn't work, you can discuss it with General Manager Bien and see how much is appropriate. There is no need to ask me." "All right." Hua Qing Sai was helpless. She had never seen a palace master like this. He couldn't wait to give up all the power in his hands. He was happy to be a hands-off shopkeeper. After separating from Hua Qing Sai, Yang Kai went to Spirit Pill Peak again, found Ji Ying, and took out a lot of things. Soon, he appeared in front of the space array. Palace Master Bian Yuqing, who was meditating at the side, flew over to greet him. Yang Kai waved his hand gently, telling her to go about her own business. He walked to the space array and activated his space force, disappearing. Southern Territory, Azure Sun Temple, Spirit Sword Peak, in a quiet valley, Yang Kai leisurely appeared. After sweeping with his divine sense and confirming that no one was around, he flew straight to Spirit Sword Peak. He was the guest elder of Azure Sun Temple, and Spirit Sword Peak was where he lived. It was also a place that Yang Kai deliberately chose. This place was relatively far from the other main peaks, so it was convenient for him to hide the space array. Flying to Spirit Sword Peak, he took out the Elder Jade Plate, opened the array, and walked straight in. Two young and beautiful maidservants were feeding fish in front of a pond. The big red koi fish were swimming in the pond, competing for food, causing the two maidservants to giggle. Yang Kai was a little dumbfounded. He took a closer look and found that he was not in the wrong place. This was his Spirit Sword Peak. When did it have two more maidservants? The two maidservants did not have high cultivation bases. When Yang Kai walked very close, they suddenly found that someone was coming. They were shocked. The woman in red on the left said, "Who is it?" Yang Kai looked at them and asked, "Who are you?" "We are from Azure Sun Temple. Who are you?" The woman in red looked at Yang Kai vigilantly. On the contrary, the other woman in green suddenly flashed a thoughtful look in her eyes. She pulled the woman in red's clothes and bowed. "This servant greets Elder Yang." "Elder Yang?" The girl in red was stunned. In the entire Azure Sun Temple, there was only one elder surnamed Yang. She immediately recovered and bowed together. "No need to be so polite." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and said curiously, "Why are you here?" The girl in green said, "Elder Gao ordered us to come. She said that Elder Yang does not live here all year round, so she asked us to stay here and take care of this place." "Senior Sister Gao." Yang Kai nodded, "So that's how it is." The girl in green said, "We did not make any rash moves on Spirit Sword Peak. It is still the same. On weekdays, we just clean the palace and feed the fish. Please understand, Elder Yang." Yang Kai smiled slightly, "Thank you for your trouble." The two young girls felt a little flattered. One had to know that the person in front of them was an elder-level character and an Emperor Realm Master. The two of them had low statuses and low cultivations, so the difference between their statuses was like the difference between heaven and earth, yet this Elder Yang in front of them was acting so amiably towards them, causing them to feel excited. When they came back to their senses, Yang Kai had already stepped into the hall. "This is Elder Yang." The girl in red looked at Yang Kai's disappearing back with a look of worship. "He looks so young." The girl in green said, "I heard people say in the early years that this Elder Yang may be the youngest elder here. It is said that he has only cultivated for 100 years. "Really?" The girl in red was shocked. Although their cultivation base was not high, they also knew how difficult it was to become the leader of the Emperor realm. It was simply unimaginable that he could achieve such a realm in just 100 years. This Elder Yang is said to have come from the lower star field. The green-clothed girl obviously had more information, and after she finished speaking, she exclaimed in surprise, "What's wrong?" Elder Gao said that when Elder Yang comes back, I have to say hello to her. I almost forgot. With that said, she quickly took out a communication compass. Chapter 32-24. After entering the hall, Yang Kai walked around and looked around. He found that this place was indeed quite neat and tidy. He wiped the table with his hand and found that there wasn't a single speck of dust. It was obvious that the two girls had put a lot of effort into this place. He turned around and sat down on a chair. Patting the back of the chair, he raised his head and saw the two girls walking in and bowing again. "That's right. Isn't there an old man living here? Where did that old man go?" Yang Kai looked at them and asked. He was naturally referring to Tian Yang, who had reconstructed his physical body in the Divine Ascension Mirror. Back then, Tian Yang had received Yang Kai's help and used the flesh incarnation pill to reconstruct his physical body. Yang Kai had thought that he would have a great emperor as his backer, but that was not the case. Tian Yang was indeed a master comparable to the great emperors in the Divine Ascension Mirror world, but that was only in the Divine Ascension Mirror world. Even after he had reconstructed his physical body, he had to start all over again. He was practically equivalent to a newborn baby. The heavenly way was not to be bullied, and it was impossible for great emperors to appear out of nowhere. Yang Kai didn't quite understand at the time, but after talking with Yang Yang, he understood that the worldly bottle couldn't contain Tian Yang, so he had to start cultivating from the beginning. Wen Zishan originally wanted to find another place for him to live, but Tian Yang chose Spirit Sword Peak. After that, Yang Kai went to the frozen earth with Zhu Lai, entered the reincarnation world, made a trip to the Western Territory, entered Dragon Island, and returned to Hengluo Starfield. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 years had passed. This time, he didn't see Tian Yang when he returned to Spirit Sword Peak. Aside from himself, there were only the two girls in front of him. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. "Senior has gone out to travel," a clear voice suddenly came from outside. Yang Kai raised his head and saw a tall figure walk in. She was wearing a pure white dress and her hair was tied up with a jade hairpin. She looked clean and neat, giving off a valiant feeling. Yang Kai stood up and cupped his fists with a smile. "Senior Sister Gao, long time no see. You're still as elegant as ever." He was not surprised that Gao Shueting would appear here so soon. Since the two girls were ordered by Gao Shueting to stay here, one was to take care of Lingjian Peak, and the other was probably to monitor him. As soon as he came back, Jiao Shueting would definitely get the news. Clang. A clear and melodious sound rang out, and a cold glint flashed. A long sword was unsheathed, and Jiao Shueting strode over. She placed her sword on Yang Kai's shoulder and sneered, "Tell me, how do you want to die?" The two girls next to her exclaimed. They never thought that Elder Jiao and Elder Yang would be so fiery as soon as they met. Why were they pointing swords at each other? Could it be that there was some deep hatred between the two of them? He hesitated as to whether or not he should send a message to the other elders. However, the two of them had low cultivations and low statuses. How could they have the contact information of the other elders? Yang Kai's smiling face stiffened. He swallowed his saliva, pinched the sword with 2 fingers, and gently moved it away from his shoulder. He smiled apologetically and said, "Senior Sister Jiao, what are you doing? You still have the face to come back." Jiao Shueting snorted coldly, unmoved. Yang Kai's expression twitched. Junior brother doesn't understand. I hope senior sister can enlighten me. You want to die with an explanation? Jiao Shueting looked at him expressionlessly. Fine, I'll let you die with an explanation. Let me ask you, are you still an elder of Azure Sun Temple? Naturally. Kai Yang hurriedly nodded his head and said in shock, "Could it be that someone fired me? Since you're an elder of the temple, why haven't you shown up for more than 10 years? It's only been more than 10 years. Yang Kai touched his nose weakly. Moreover, I'm just a guest elder. It doesn't make any difference whether the temple has me or not. A guest elder is still an elder. You ran away as soon as the temple finished conferring your title. There's no news about you since then. Do you still have the temple in your eyes?" "No." Yang Kai shook his head decisively. Jiao Shueting was startled. She didn't seem to expect such an answer from him. There was a trace of disappointment in her eyes as she slowly withdrew her sword. Yang Kai smiled and said, "I do have the temple in my heart." He patted his chest as he spoke. Jiao Shueting immediately glared at him. "Don't be so glib. If you don't give a reasonable explanation today, I'll ask the temple master to fire you as a guest elder. Anyway, it doesn't make any difference whether you're here or not. Why are you using my words to stop me?" Yang Kai was speechless, but he could only smile and say, "Senior Sister Jiao, you know that I have the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory. There are a lot of trivial matters there, so it's not very convenient for me to go back and forth. The Northern and Southern Territory are hundreds of millions of miles apart. It takes several years to go back and forth. It's not too much to come back once every 10 years. Jiao Shueting snorted. "I told you a long time ago. It's fine if you don't have the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory. Just stay in the temple. A force can't be supported by a single person." Her tone was much gentler. Yang Kai naturally knew that a force couldn't be supported by a single person. If it was in the past, he might have given up the High Heaven Palace, but now that he had brought all the people in the Northern Territory here, how could he give up? Since he brought them here, he had to take responsibility. He winked at the 2 girls who were watching the scene and transmitted a message to them at the same time. Then he nodded and bowed. "Senior sister, please don't be angry. Sit down and talk." Jiao Shueting turned around and sat down. She also put away her long sword, which made Yang Kai breathe a sigh of relief. Not long after, the 2 girls served steaming hot tea. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and said, "Senior sister, please drink tea. The place is simple, so there's nothing to entertain." Jiao Shueting squinted at him and said, "Are you complaining that the Lingjian Peak is not good? You chose this place yourself. If you're not satisfied, you can stay in my purple bamboo peak. Anyway, my place is very empty. This is not appropriate." Yang Kai wanted to slap himself, so he quickly changed the topic. "Senior sister, I just heard that Senior Tian Yang went out to travel. What does that mean?" "It means what it means." Yang Kai was surprised. "Did the temple send someone to protect you? Senior, you're wandering outside alone. You won't be in any danger, right?" He was indeed a bit worried. Although Tian Yang had the foundation of the great emperors, he would have to start from scratch after reconstructing his body. After more than 10 years, his cultivation would definitely not be very high. The star boundary was not like the star territory. There were many masters, and if Tian Yang ran into some bad people, he might fail miserably. It would be a huge joke if a great emperor was killed by an origin-returning realm cultivator. This is Senior's own decision, so who can stop him? As for danger, you don't have to worry about it. When Senior left 3 years ago, he was already a saint. What? Yang Kai was shocked and almost suspected that he had misheard. There were a total of 7 great realms in terms of cultivation, starting from the initial element, Qi transformation, separation and reunion, true Qi, immortal ascension, transcendent, and finally saint. Before reaching the divine ascension mirror, each realm had 9 more minor realms, and each transcendent and saint had 3 more minor realms. Every cultivator would need to spend a lot of time accumulating their realms step by step. Even Yang Kai had spent 30 to 40 years on this path. However, how long had it been since Tian Yang reconstructed his body? At most, it had only been a dozen years, but he had already reached the saint realm 3 years ago. In other words, he had only spent 10 years cultivating from a poor beginner to the saint realm. Now that 3 years had passed, his cultivation would probably be even higher. After thinking about it, Yang Kai felt that it was only natural. After all, Tian Yang was not an ordinary person. He had the foundation of the great emperors, so it was only natural that his cultivation speed would be so fast. A normal cultivator might encounter bottlenecks in their cultivation, but not Tian Yang. Although Senior's cultivation isn't very high, don't forget what he's best at, so even if he travels outside, it's unlikely that he will encounter any danger. Yang Kai nodded. Tian Yang was born in the Divine Ascension mirror world and was born with only a soul avatar. His understanding of the power of the soul and the use of soul secret techniques was unparalleled in this world. In this regard, even the great emperors of the Serene Soul were inferior to him. His physical cultivation was indeed not very high, but if he supplemented it with his strange soul secret techniques, he would definitely be able to fight opponents several great realms higher. Senior's courage is really big. Kai Yang laughed. Jiao Shueting said, the outside world is unfamiliar to him, so he naturally wouldn't want to cultivate behind closed doors. Traveling outside is also beneficial to him. She narrowed her eyes and said coldly, you, on the other hand, why are you running around for no reason? Why did the topic change to me again? Yang Kai was a little speechless and said embarrassedly, reading 10,000 books is not as good as traveling 10,000 miles, haha, don't laugh. Jiao Shueting said in a low voice. Yang Kai straightened his back and sat up straight. Fut. The 2 girls next to him laughed out loud. When they met Yang Kai's resentful gaze, they immediately lowered their heads, not seeing or hearing anything. Give it to me. Jiao Shueting suddenly stretched out her hand, her fingers as white as jade. Yang Kai asked blankly, what is it? Jiao Shueting sneered, stop playing dumb. You took away a lot of spirit flowers and herbs from the temple back then. You can't have forgotten what kind of mission you had, right? Oh, you're talking about that. Yang Kai came to a realization and said confidently, how could I forget? The mission was given to me by senior sister Jiao, so I had to complete it no matter what. Take a look. As he spoke, he pushed a space ring over. While Jiao Shueting was inspecting it, Yang Kai said, the reason why I stayed in the Northern Territory for so long was mainly to refine these things. I also went into secluded cultivation while I was at it. So many. Jiao Shueting's eyes flashed with astonishment. There was nothing in the space ring other than the Emperor-grade spirit pills Yang Kai got from Ji Ying. Back then, he did take a lot of spirit flowers and herbs from Azure Sun Temple. It was a mission given to him by the temple to refine some Emperor-grade pills. Of course, he didn't forget to prepare in advance this time. Looking at Jiao Shueting's reaction, he had passed the test. You still have the time to cultivate after refining so many spirit pills? Jiao Shueting glanced at him in surprise. She thought that he had refined all these spirit pills himself, so she noticed something was wrong. She looked him up and down and said suspiciously, your cultivation. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, senior sister Gao's eyes are like torches. I can't hide anything from you. Circulating his emperor qi slightly, The aura of his cultivation became clear. Jiao Shueting was really shocked this time. Second Order Emperor Realm. This guy is actually a Second Order Emperor Realm Master. How is this possible? Chapter 32-25. After more than 10 years, Yang Kai was actually a Second Order Emperor Realm Master, the same as her. Jiao Shueting couldn't believe it, but she had to. That Second Order Emperor Realm aura couldn't be faked. However, wasn't his cultivation speed a bit too fast? The first time she met him, it was because the Four Seasons realm was about to open, and Yang Kai used a bustling world token to exchange for a spot in the temple to enter. At that time, he was still in the First Order Dao Source realm. Years passed quickly, and when he returned from the Shattered Star Sea, he had already broken through to the Emperor realm. How many years had it been since then? He had actually made another breakthrough. Jiao Shueting was a Second Order Emperor Realm Master herself, so she naturally knew how difficult it was to break through in the Emperor Realm. There were many disciples in the Emperor Realm in Azure Sun Temple, but most of them were only First Order, with only 3 Second Order. Other than her, there were only Vice Temple Master Qiu Ran and Grandma Yu, who was guarding the Divine Ascension Mirror. Yang Kai, a rising star, was actually able to keep up with their progress. From the looks of it, he would surpass them sooner or later. As for the disciples who were in the same generation as Yang Kai, such as Xia Sheng, Xiao Baiyi, and Murong Xiao Xiao, they had only just stabilized their First Order Emperor Realm cultivations. Who knew how long it would take for them to break through to the Second Order Emperor Realm? In comparison, the so-called genius disciples were just a bunch of mediocre people. Jiao Shueting couldn't help but think of a saying, every generation brings forth new talents, and every new generation replaces the old. The young man sitting in front of her, smiling apologetically, was like a rising star. If there were no accidents, sooner or later, he would bloom into a dazzling light that would cover the entire star boundary. Not bad, Jiao Shueting praised lightly. Jiao Shueting praised him lightly. She knew that this wasn't not bad at all. It was simply a miracle. She really didn't know how he cultivated and what kind of martial arts he cultivated. Senior Sister Jiao, how many elder contribution points do you think these things can be exchanged for? Yang Kai asked. Jiao Shueting put away the ring and said indifferently, Emperor pills are hard to come by, and with so many Emperor pills converted into elder growth contribution points, it must be a lot. However, I don't know the exact amount. This matter is managed by Brother Qiu, so if you want to calculate it clearly, you'll have to ask him. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go find Brother Qiu. Yang Kai stood up. You seem to be in a hurry. Jiao Shueting glanced at him suspiciously. Yang Kai said, not really. It's just that this is my first time contributing to the temple. Of course, I want to know how much this contribution is worth. Only when I have some achievements will I be motivated. Alright, I'll go with you to see Brother Qiu and ask him to calculate the number. Jiao Shueting also stood up. Senior Sister, please. Yang Kai gestured with his hand. When Jiao Shueting reached the entrance of the hall, she suddenly stopped and turned her head to look at Yang Kai with a puzzled expression. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Yang Kai asked, puzzled. No. Jiao Shueting slowly shook her head. Tell me honestly, how did you come back? What do you mean by how did I come back? That's how I came back. Yang Kai looked calm as he spouted nonsense in a serious manner. If you came back, why didn't the disciples guarding the mountain notify us? If you came back from outside, you would have to pass by my purple bamboo peak, so why didn't I notice you at all? Yang Kai said, Junior brother, I'm proficient in the law of space, so I came back in a few seconds. Senior Sister, you didn't notice, right? Really? Jiao Shueting glanced at him without saying anything, but she didn't ask any more questions. Instead, she led the way and flew away. Yang Kai looked at her back and rubbed his nose, wondering if he had made a mistake. Since he couldn't figure it out, he could only follow Jiao Shueting. Unexpectedly, before he could catch up with Jiao Shueting, he saw her suddenly turn around and fly in another direction. Senior Sister Jiao, are you going in the wrong direction? Yang Kai shouted from behind. Although he didn't stay in the Azure Sun Temple, he knew that the Spirit Jade Peak where Ran lived was not in that direction. Gao Shui Ting ignored him and flew in that direction. Then, she landed in a valley. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly sped up a lot. In a cave in the valley, Gao Shui Ting stood in front of a space array, silent. Yang Kai walked in nervously and called out softly, but didn't get a response. He braced himself and walked up, exclaiming, "Hey, what is this? Why is there a space array here?" Gao Shui Ting turned to look at him. "Keep pretending," Yang Kai said innocently. "Senior sister Gao, what are you talking about?" "How am I pretending?" Gao Shui Ting sneered. "This is the back mountain of your Spirit Sword Peak. Don't tell me you don't know what is here." Yang Kai complained, "I don't know." He looked at Gao Shui Ting and said, "Don't you believe me? I really don't know. You know that I don't live here, so how would I know the situation here?" "You really don't know?" Gao Shui Ting asked. "I really don't know," Yang Kai said with a serious face. Gao Shui Ting nodded. She looked ahead and said, "It seems that this is a space array, and it hasn't been laid out for many years. I don't know who made it, and I don't know where this array is connected to. Junior brother, guard me while I go and check it out." "Ah." Yang Kai didn't know how to persuade her, so he could only nod and say, "Okay, senior sister, please be careful." Gao Shui Ting immediately walked up to the space array, took out some source crystals, and placed them in the grooves around it. She tried to activate the space array with her Emperor Qi, but there was no response. Yang Kai looked down and thought to himself, "Who can activate the space array I arranged without a special token?" Therefore, he wasn't worried that Gao Shui Ting would suddenly be teleported to the Northern Territory. Gao Shui Ting tried for a long time, but she still couldn't activate the space array, so she could only walk down. Yang Kai said, "It seems that this space array has been in disrepair for a long time and has probably lost its effect. Since it has lost its effect, it is useless. We don't need to worry about it." Gao Shui Ting shook her head and said, "Maybe there are other ways to activate it that we don't know. We don't know where this space array is connected to, but this is the hinterland of my temple. We can't leave this scourge here. Otherwise, if someone sneaks into the temple through this space array one day, we won't be able to detect it." Gao Shui Ting gripped her sword tightly, her emperor's qi surging around her. Yang Kai's eyelids twitched. "Senior sister, what are you doing? No matter what, let's destroy it first so that we don't have to worry about it." She raised her sword and was about to slash at the space array. "Wait!" Yang Kai shouted. Gao Shui Ting turned her head and looked at him. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai scratched his cheek and said seriously, "Senior sister, please don't be rash. After all, this is a space array. Although we don't know where it is connected to, what if it is connected to a place with good feng shui that the world doesn't know about? If senior sister destroys the space array like this, won't you cut off the connection to that place? Then what do you think?" Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Junior brother is not talented, but he happens to be proficient in the law of space. Let me study this space array for a while. Maybe I can figure out something from it." "How long will junior brother study it for?" "From January to February? En. Or 30 to 50 years? En." Yang Kai said, "It's hard to say. I can only say that I'll try my best." Gao Shui Ting waved her hand and said, "Don't bother. Just destroy it. Junior brother, please step aside. This space array looks a bit solid. I won't show any mercy when I attack it." "Senior sister Gao." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and touched his forehead. He wanted to cry but had no tears. "Do you have anything else to say?" Gao Shui Ting looked at him as if she had something to say. It was as if the sword was not going to cut the space array, but Yang Kai. Yang Kai lowered his head and said, "Senior sister Gao, do you know something?" Gao Shui Ting snorted and said, "That depends on what you want me to know." Alas. Yang Kai sighed. He knew that he could not hide it anymore. How did you find out? He felt that this space array was hidden well enough. Moreover, Lingjian Peak was covered by the space array activated by his elder jade disk. If she didn't look carefully, it would be impossible to find it. Gao Shui Ting said, You came and went like a ghost the last few times, so it's hard for people not to be suspicious. Our temple master is a very bored person. In the past 10 years when you weren't here, he naturally studied Lingjian Peak carefully. Do you think a big array can hide you from his investigation? He has a more advanced space array in his hands. Tell me, where does this space array lead to? Yang Kai lowered his eyes and said with a dull expression, Northern Territory. High Heaven Palace? Jiao Shueting raised her eyebrows. Yang Kai nodded. It really is a space array that crosses territory. Jiao Shueting snorted. You made it. Yang Kai smiled and said, yes. Why are you so sneaky? I'm not sneaky. I just wanted to wait for the right time to tell you. Yang Kai defended himself. Jiao Shueting naturally didn't believe him. If they didn't confront each other in front of him this time, there would never be a suitable time. However, she could also understand Yang Kai a little. The existence of this space array was too amazing, so it couldn't be easily revealed. Why can't I activate it? It was not the first time Jiao Shueting activated this space array. When Wen Zishan discovered it before, she and Wen Zishan tried to activate it, but they couldn't. It requires a token that I specially refined to activate it. Since it had been discovered, there was no need to hide it. Speaking of which, Azure Sun Temple treated him well. The reason why he was so sneaky was mainly because he was afraid of being used as a laborer by Jiao Shueting. Everyone in Azure Sun Temple knew that he was an Emperor Pill Master, so they were eager for him to refine Emperor Pills for the temple. However, Yang Kai didn't have the time to do alchemy, so he could hide in High Firmament Palace and have some leisure time. Now that the spirit array was exposed, Jiao Shueting could probably find him at any time. What token? Let me see it. Can I not see it? Yang Kai looked at Jiao Shueting weakly. Jiao Shueting stretched out her hand, looking like she wouldn't give up until she saw it. Yang Kai could only take out a token, but Jiao Shueting had already reached out and snatched it. She held it in her hand and examined it, but she didn't find anything special about it. However, there was Yang Kai's sealed space force inside this token. She vaguely understood that the sealed space force was the key to activating the space array. With a flip of her hand, she put the token into her space ring. Yang Kai's mouth twitched, but he didn't dare to say anything. Chapter 32-26. Let's go. After putting away the token, Jiao Shueting turned around and walked out. With her back facing Yang Kai, an imperceptible smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Yang Kai stood in place and sighed for a while before catching up with her. He readily admitted that the spirit array was created by him for two reasons. Firstly, the other party had already discovered it, so there was no point in continuing to play dumb. Secondly, he came here to borrow some people to go to the High Heaven Palace. When the time came, he would definitely be exposed. Instead of thinking of ways to cover it up, he might as well reveal it now. As for whether Jiao Shueting would go to the Northern Territory to ask him to perform alchemy in the future, it was no longer within the scope of his consideration. Anyway, Ji Ying was here, so he could just leave it to her. Spirit Jade Peak, where Azure Sun Temple's deputy temple master Qiu Ran cultivated. When Yang Kai and Jiao Shueting arrived, Qiu Ran was meditating and cultivating. After being notified, he walked out of his room and saw the two in the hall. Yang Kai stood up and saluted, "Greetings, Brother Qiu." Jiao Shueting sat still. They were all family and often met, so there was no need to be so polite. What a rare guest, junior brother Yang. When did you come back? Qiu Ran looked at him expressionlessly and gestured for him to sit down on the main seat. Yang Kai chuckled and said, "I just came back, but I didn't stop to visit Brother Qiu. I haven't seen you for many years, but brother is still as elegant as ever. Congratulations." He sat down as he spoke. Qiu Ran raised his eyebrows and said, "You flatter me. Junior brother Yang is an extraordinary person, a dragon whose whereabouts are rarely seen. If you didn't come back soon, this old master was afraid he would have forgotten about you." His words were exactly the same as Jiao Shueting's. Yang Kai wanted to roll his eyes, but he still smiled apologetically. "Brother, you're too serious. The temple has given me a new lease of life. I've always been thinking about the temple, brother, and senior sister. Qiu Ran didn't comment and just glanced at Jiao Shueting. Jiao Shueting nodded slightly and seemed to say something to Qiu Ran. Qiu Ran's face relaxed a little and he nodded. Junior brother, it's good that you are considerate. You should pay attention to your safety when you are outside. You are an elder of the Divine Hall and represent the Divine Hall. No matter what, you can't lose the prestige of the Divine Hall. I'll remember that. Yang Kai nodded seriously. Qiu Ran said, if there's nothing else, you can go ahead. This old man still has some matters to take care of. What do you mean? You're asking me to leave already? I haven't finished my business yet. Yang Kai was stunned and hurriedly looked at Jiao Shueting to signal her with his eyes. However, Jiao Shueting just sat there with her eyes closed and her nose in her heart. She didn't move at all. You're ruthless. How dare you burn the bridge after crossing the river? If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have given you that token. Jiao Shueting didn't help him, so Yang Kai had to do it himself. He cupped his hands and said, Brother, junior brother has something to report. What is it? Qiu Ran looked up at him. Yang Kai said, when I left, I took a lot of spirit flowers and herbs from the temple. Senior sister Jiao asked me to refine them into pills for the temple's use. Now, junior brother has lived up to her expectations and returned with success. Oh! Qiu Ran raised his eyebrows, so you've finished refining the pills? Yes. Let me see. Jiao Shueting said, they're all with me. She took off the space ring on her finger and handed it to Qiu Ran. Qiu Ran took it and scanned it with his divine sense. He was stunned. So many. And they were all emperor pills, and the quality seemed to be quite good. He knew that Yang Kai was an alchemy emperor and had agreed to let him take a lot of spirit flowers and herbs, but he didn't expect that Yang Kai would return with such a large amount of emperor pills after more than 10 years. It was good to have an alchemy emperor in the family. Qiu Ran was already considering whether to give Yang Kai more spirit herbs. As long as he could refine emperor pills, what harm would waiting for more than 10 years be? Oh, not bad, Qiu Ran said lightly. He couldn't praise him too much, otherwise, it wouldn't be easy to ask him to refine pills next time. Yang Kai said, it's junior brother's duty to serve the temple. After a pause, he rubbed his nose and said, Brother, how many elder contribution points can I exchange for? Qiu Ran said, I still need to calculate it carefully. Then I'll ask brother to calculate it quickly. Qiu Ran blinked at him. Are you in a hurry? It's not very urgent. Yang Kai clenched his fists and coughed dryly. Of course, if brother can calculate it clearly now, it would be best. Qiu Ran frowned at him, not knowing what he was up to, but thinking about how he was counting on him to continue refining pills in the future, he had to give him some motivation, so he nodded and said, Fine, this old master will calculate it for you. Many thanks, brother. Yang Kai beamed with joy. Qiu Ran didn't say much and took out all the emperor pills from his space ring and placed them on the table in front of him. Emperor pills naturally couldn't be stored directly. Each emperor pill was stored in a box with a different attribute, enough to ensure that its medicinal efficacy would not be lost for a short time. There were jade boxes, gold boxes, silver boxes, and even wooden boxes. There were all kinds of boxes. In an instant, the table was filled with boxes the size of Osmanthus cakes. There were several layers of them, and there were at least 200 to 300 of them in total. Jiao Shueting also came over, mainly because she had never seen so many emperor pills together in her life. It was really strange. In the past, if the temple wanted some emperor pills, they had to beg someone to refine them. Not only did they have to accumulate the materials themselves, but they also had to offer a large amount of remuneration. When the alchemist was busy, they even had to line up. To put it bluntly, the number of emperor pills Yang Kai took out was almost equivalent to the total number of emperor pills the temple had obtained in the past 500 years. Qiu Ran and Jiao Shueting were both extremely happy and shocked, but they didn't show it on their faces. There has never been such a precedent before, but emperor pills are rare, so this old master will exchange them for elder contribution points for you today, Qiu Ran said as he opened a wooden box. As Qiu Ran spoke, He casually opened a wooden box and carefully observed the spirit pill inside. He nodded and said, "This spirit pill can be classified as a medium-grade spirit pill. After deducting the materials, this old man will charge it 800 elder contribution points." Yang Kai did some quick calculations in his mind. He had heard from Gao Shueting, Yu Kuan, and the others that the temple's elder contribution points were quite difficult to obtain. Each person would only be able to accumulate 5,000 to 6,000 elder contribution points each year, and at the very least, they would only be able to accumulate 2,000 to 3,000 elder contribution points. Entering the Divine Ascension Mirror world once required 2,000 elder contribution points. Elder contribution points could be exchanged with source crystals, but only 2,000 elder contribution points could be exchanged each year, which was just enough to enter the Divine Ascension Mirror world. The exchange rate was 1 to 1,000, which meant that 1,000 high-rank source crystals could be exchanged for 1 elder contribution point. If one wanted more elder contribution points, they would have to do things for the temple. For example, when Gao Shueting led the team to the Four Seasons realm, she was able to obtain some elder contribution points. If 800 elder contribution points were converted into high-rank source crystals, that would be 800,000. This was after deducting the cost of the materials. After all, the materials for alchemy were obtained from the temple, so it was cheaper than buying them outside. However, Yang Kai was still a temple elder in name, so it was natural for him to receive a lower price. Although he reluctantly agreed, Yang Kai shamelessly asked, "Can't you give me more?" Ran said, "This old master is the temple's vice-temple master and is in charge of all matters of the temple. All I ask for is fairness. If you think it's too little, you can ask junior sister Gao." There was no need to ask. Yang Kai knew what he was doing, so he said, "How about 1,000 elder contribution points? Make it a round number. 800. Ran completely ignored Yang Kai and directly stuffed the jade box into his space ring after speaking. "Serves you right for not being able to find a cultivation companion," Yang Kai muttered with a dissatisfied expression. "What did you say?" Ran raised his head to look at him. "Nothing, nothing. Brother Chiu, please continue." Ran snorted and picked up another jade box. He opened it and nodded with a smile. "High-rank Emperor Pill, 1,000 elder contribution points." He stuffed it into his space ring and picked up another. He gave a simple evaluation of each jade box and then quickly calculated the contribution points. A high-rank Emperor Pill was worth 1,000 contribution points, a medium-rank Emperor Pill was worth 800 contribution points, and a low-rank Emperor Pill was worth only 500 contribution points. As the numbers continued to stack, Yang Kai's heart was bubbling with joy. From time to time, he would chime in on the benefits of this spirit pill from the perspective of a professional alchemist, explaining how difficult it was to refine and how long it took to refine it. He hoped that Ran would give him more contribution points. However, Ran's indifferent expression completely ignored him, causing Yang Kai to grit his teeth in anger. "Brother, please wait. Although this spirit pill is a medium-rank Emperor Pill, its fragrance is overwhelming and its veins are clear. At a glance, it's obvious that it's almost a high-rank Emperor Pill. Don't you think it's a little too much to give only 800 contribution points?" Yang Kai suddenly raised his hand. Ran said, "Then how much do you think it should be?" Yang Kai said seriously, "Since it's between a medium-rank Emperor Pill and a high-rank Emperor Pill, let's give it a discount. 900 contribution points will do. No one will suffer a loss, right?" Ran chuckled and pushed the jade box in front of him towards Yang Kai. "Junior brother, you're right. Why don't you help me appraise it? This old man can relax for a while." "I'd like to, but what's the point of using it after I appraise it?" He had no choice but to nod and admit it. He smiled awkwardly and said, "Brother, what are you talking about? I'm just stating facts. I don't mean to overstep my boundaries." "Humph." Ran's expression turned cold. He put away the jade box and said, 700 contribution points. "Wait." Yang Kai was shocked. How did it become 700 contribution points? It was 800 contribution points just now. 600. Yang Kai immediately fell silent. If he continued to speak, he was afraid that he would have to lower the price. He turned his head to look at Jiao Shueting for help, hoping that she would say something fair. However, he saw that this woman was actually looking up at the roof ridge as if there were some kind of flower growing there. Yang Kai's expression twitched as he secretly gritted his teeth. You guys are ruthless. I don't know who said the word fair just now, but you guys are simply going back on your words and acting recklessly. After an hour of counting, Ran said, the total is 156,300 contribution points. Did this old man count wrongly? No. Yang Kai lowered his head and said weakly. This number was in line with his calculations. Jiao Shueting said expressionlessly, congratulations, junior brother. Yang Kai snorted. What's there to congratulate me for being suppressed by a miser like Ran? However, if these more than 150,000 contribution points were converted into high-rank source crystals, it would be more than 1.5 billion, which was an extremely shocking number. So far, none of the elders of the Divine Temple had accumulated more than 10,000 contribution points. Compared to the others, Yang Kai could be said to have become rich overnight. Chapter 32-27. Ran put away the emperor pills, stroked his beard, and pondered for a moment. Junior brother, how do you plan to spend this large amount of contribution points? It was not a good thing to have too many contribution points. Normally, the elders' contribution points could be exchanged for anything from the Divine Hall, such as all kinds of cultivation materials, profound cultivation methods, and secret techniques. However, Yang Kai's contribution points were so huge that even Ran was a little scared. If they were to really exchange for materials, the Divine Hall's treasury that had been accumulated over the years would be greatly reduced. Of course, this was not what the Divine Hall wanted to see. The elders' contribution points were not small. If they were really exchanged for materials by Yang Kai, then the disciples would have to live frugally for cultivation in the future. Yang Kai already had a plan. So he said, Brother, you know that I have a high heaven palace in the Northern Territory. I have taken in some disciples, but the high heaven palace's foundation is still shallow, so I want to ask the Divine Hall to copy some cultivation methods and secret techniques to bring back. I wonder if it's convenient. Of course, junior brother can exchange for them with contribution points. Ran said, You are a Divine Hall elder, so it's not a problem for you to copy some cultivation methods and secret techniques. As long as they are not particularly important, you don't need contribution points. There was such a good thing. Yang Kai was immediately amused. Previously, Ran looked like a miser, so Yang Kai thought that he was targeting him. Now, it seemed that he had misunderstood him. He asked, the more cultivation methods and secret techniques, the better. I also want to get some of those precious things. Ran said, You can discuss this with junior brother Di yourself. He is in charge of the cultivation method pavilion, so he knows best what needs contribution points and what doesn't. The junior brother he was talking about was naturally Di Rong. Although Yang Kai was not as close to him as he was to Jiao Shueting, they had drunk together and been punished together, so they were not strangers. That's fine too. Yang Kai nodded. Is there anything else? Ran looked up at him. Yang Kai said, Also, I want to borrow some people from the Divine Hall. Borrow people? Ran raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Yang Kai said, The disciples of my high heaven palace have recently arrived. Their cultivation isn't high, so they need some guidance. Therefore, I want to borrow some people from the temple to act as instructors. Of course, I won't borrow them for free. I can use the elders' contribution points to offset their remuneration. This was the main purpose of his trip here. The 100 instructors in the Fire Dragon Palace were already complaining incessantly. He needed to quickly replenish their manpower. Although there's no precedent, it's doable. What do you think, junior sister Gao? Ran turned to look at Jiao Shueting. Jiao Shueting said, No, they're not outsiders. But how many people do you want to borrow, and what are their cultivations? 200, Yang Kai replied. Yes. Dao Source Realm? PFFF. Ran, who had just taken a sip of tea, suddenly spat it out. He quickly put down the teacup and patted the water stains on his chest. He looked at young Kai in astonishment and said, "Junior brother, you want to borrow 200 Dao Source Realm cultivators?" "Brother, you didn't hear wrong. 200 Dao Source Realm cultivators." Gao Shueting said in astonishment, "Why do you need so many Dao Source Realm cultivators?" These people were going to the High Heaven Palace to act as instructors. Since they were instructors, they would definitely be teaching a group of people. Even if one instructor taught 200 people, 200 instructors would be enough to teach 4,000 people. The High Heaven Palace had 4,000 people. Didn't I just say that I'm going to invite them over to be instructors? Gao Shueting frowned. "How many disciples have you recruited in the High Heaven Palace?" Yang Kai sniffed. "A few 100,000. Qiu Ran and Gao Shueting were both stunned. They almost thought that they had heard wrong. The two looked at each other and Qiu Ran transmitted his voice. "How many did he say just now?" Gao Shueting replied, "I heard a few 100,000. I wonder how many did brother hear?" "A few 100,000, that's right." The corner of Qiu Ran's eyes twitched. "Why did you recruit so many disciples?" The key was that from Yang Kai's words, the cultivation of these disciples wasn't high. The strength of a sect didn't lie in the number of people, but whether or not they were elites. Azure Sun Temple only had 3,000 to 4,000 disciples, but it was one of the top sects in the Southern Territory. But the High Heaven Palace actually had more than 100,000 disciples. That was more than 100,000 people, not 100,000 pigs. Could they afford to raise so many people? What's more, what was the point of raising more than 100,000 people with low cultivation? There had never been a sect that had so many disciples. It was simply unheard of and unseen. I had no choice. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. This matter was really inconvenient to explain to others. It was fine if his own people knew about it, but if others knew that he had brought those hundreds of thousands of people from the lower starfield, he was afraid that Azure Sun Temple would snatch them away. More than 100,000 disciples and 200 instructors, this was really not a lot. Qiu Ran straightened his face and said, "Junior brother, do you know how many Dao Source Realm cultivators my temple has?" "I don't know." Yang Kai shook his head. Although he was qualified to know this, no one had told him, so how could he know? 352. Qiu Ran gave a very accurate number. Excluding the Dao Source Realm disciples who are guarding the various properties, there are only 289 people left in the temple. What he meant was, if you asked for 200 Dao Source Realm cultivators, what would the temple do? Yang Kai nodded and said, 289. The temple's heritage is really extraordinary. It can completely meet junior brother's needs. "Brother, please help me." Qiu Ran almost couldn't help but curse out loud. He suspected that Yang Kai was doing this on purpose. These 289 people had their own duties in the temple, and they weren't idling around. Everyone had their own duties. It wasn't a big problem to transfer some people out, but 200 people was too many. He believed that Yang Kai couldn't possibly not know this, but he still pretended to be ignorant. Taking a deep breath, Qiu Ran said, 200 Dao Source Realm cultivators is not enough. I can lend you 30 people at most. Yang Kai's eyes widened and said, 30 people? What do I need 30 people for? 30 people were not enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Take it or leave it. Qiu Ran turned around and picked up the teacup. Just as he was about to take a sip, he suddenly remembered that he had just spat out some tea and put it down resentfully. Don't be like this, brother. We're all family. If there's anything, we can discuss it. Brother, you can't make the decision, right? If you can't, I'll discuss it with the temple master. Qiu Ran said, it's useless for you to talk to the temple master about this. Then we'll reduce it a bit. 180 people will do. Yang Kai took a step back. Qiu Ran said expressionlessly, 40. 170. 50. 160 should be enough. Brother, don't go too far. I'm asking them to be instructors, and I'm also paying them. I won't let them work for nothing. 60. Qiu Ran cast a sidelong glance at him, It seems that junior brother's high heaven palace is very rich. Not only can you support more than 100,000 disciples, but you can also pay them. Junior brother is indeed very capable. I'm also tightening my belt to live. Brother, you're also the head of the family, so you should understand my hard work. 150 can't be any less. It's precisely because I understand your hard work that I have to think of you. 70 people, no more. The two of them talked back and forth like they were buying and selling vegetables at a market. Jiao Shueting was speechless as she watched from the side. You two are talking about hundreds of Dao Source Realm disciples. Can you please be a little more serious? After a battle of wits and courage, Qiu Ran insisted on 80 people, not giving a single one more. Yang Kai slammed the table angrily. Brother, don't force me. Qiu Ran calmly lifted his sleeve. Junior brother, let's talk things over. Giving you 80 Dao Source Realm instructors is already the limit of my temple. How can you say that I'm forcing you? Is there really no more? Yang Kai's eyes flashed fiercely, as if he had a deep hatred for Qiu Ran. Qiu Ran slowly shook his head. Fine, Yang Kai pointed at him, you said it yourself. I don't want any instructors, not a single one. Qiu Ran was a little surprised and suddenly had a bad premonition. Yang Kai spread his hands and said, Brother, I'll have to trouble you to exchange all of my 150,000 contribution points for high-rank source crystals. Junior brother, I'm now raising more than 100,000 people, so I'm in urgent need of source crystals. Please help me a little. Qiu Ran's face darkened and he almost cursed out loud. What he feared had really happened. When he calculated the contribution points before, he felt that they were too large, so he wanted to let Yang Kai spend some of them, but he didn't expect that after so many twists and turns, he would still return to the starting point. More than 100,000 contribution points were equivalent to more than 1 billion high-rank source crystals. It wasn't that the temple couldn't afford it, but what would they do after that? Moreover, they would have to trouble him to continue refining emperor pills in the future. If they were stubborn, they would only make him angry. Ahem. Qiu Ran clenched his fist and coughed lightly. Junior brother, don't be agitated. Let's talk things over. We haven't discussed it properly yet. Yang Kai snorted twice and leaned back in his chair, crossing his legs and saying, 140 Dao Source Realm instructors. Brother, do as you see fit. Qiu Ran's face darkened. That's too many people. Too many. I think it's okay. Yang Kai thought that Li Jiao was very straightforward and immediately arranged for the Dao Source Realm instructors to be sent over. On the other hand, the temple was dawdling, making it seem like he was trying to abduct them. A little less. Yang Kai said decisively, I'll have to trouble brother to exchange them for source crystals. Qiu Ran's face darkened again. Jiao Shueting suddenly said, how about this, junior brother Yang? How about 100 Dao Source Realm cultivators and 300 Origin Kings? Since the cultivation of your disciples isn't high, the Origin Kings can teach them. Not everyone needs Dao Source Realm cultivators as instructors. Yang Kai glanced at her and knew that she was right. 100 Dao Source Realm instructors was about the same as what he had expected. The reason why he asked for 200 was to give Qiu Ran room to bargain. 300 Origin Kings wasn't a small number. If divided among the peaks, there would be 2 or 3 Origin Kings per peak. Although there were some Origin Kings from the Star Territory, they were currently cultivating hard and had no time to teach others. With the help of these 400 people, they should be able to improve the current situation of the High Heaven Palace. After pretending to ponder for a long time, he said, since senior sister Jiao has spoken, then junior brother will give her some face. However, the number of Origin Kings is a little low, so let's increase it to 400. After saying so, he looked at Qiu Ran. Qiu Ran gritted his teeth and said, fine. Giving Jiao Shueting face but not giving him face was simply outrageous. Yang Kai immediately smiled and cupped his fists. Many thanks, brother Qiu. Chapter 32-28. Now that the matter had been finalized, Yang Kai didn't want to delay and urged, there's no time to lose, so I'll have to trouble brother to quickly choose the right people. Qiu Ran raised his hand and said, there's no need to rush. Young Kai was surprised. Brother, are you going back on your word? Qiu Ran snorted. Since I've promised you, how can I go back on my word? It's just that this old master said before that there is no precedent for this. Let me ask you, how many elder contribution points should I give you for each Dao Source Realm cultivator you borrow each month? Yang Kai immediately became vigilant. Brother, don't ask for too much. Qiu Ran said, I can't decide on this matter alone. I need to call all the elders over to discuss it together and come up with a suitable plan. In addition, I need to inform the temple master. This was true. Yang Kai nodded after hearing this. That's how it should be. Immediately, Qiu Ran and Jiao Shui Ting each took out a communication artifact and informed the other elders of the temple. Not long after, a number of figures flew in from the outside. They were all familiar faces and were also the elders of the temple. Even the two new elders, Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao Xiao, had also come. In the temple, as long as a disciple could advance to the Emperor realm, they would be eligible to become an elder. Although it might just be a title without much real power, an elder was still an elder after all. Their status was completely different from that of a disciple, and the treatment they could enjoy was also different. Yang Kai greeted everyone one by one. Xiao Baiyi still had a cold look on his face and didn't say much, but Murong Xiao Xiao was smiling as usual and came to Yang Kai's side to say a few words. After asking Xia Sheng, Yang Kai learned that he was still guarding the Spirit Lake Palace and rarely returned to Azure Sun Temple. Brother Xia wants to thank you for what you did last time. If there's a chance, he wants to invite you to the Spirit Lake Palace for a drink. What happened last time? Yang Kai suddenly realized that it was referring to the southern swamp that had become the demon race cave. The palace master of the 100 Flowers Palace, Hua Yu Lu, was Xia Sheng's good friend. Xia Sheng had entrusted her to Yang Kai's care. Fortunately, Yang Kai did not disappoint and did not let Hua Yu Lu down. He smiled and waved his hand. It's just a small matter. At this moment, Qiu Ran stood up. The hall fell silent as everyone turned to look at him. Qiu Ran said with a helpless look, the hall master said that he won't be coming over. This matter will be left to us to discuss and resolve ourselves. It was reasonable to say that Wen Zishan would definitely be present for the hundreds of Dao Source Realm disciples, but Wen Zishan was used to being lazy. He usually did not pay attention to the matters of the temple and left them to Qiu Ran to settle. Naturally, he would not show up today. Everyone seemed to have expected this. Yu Kuan's hoarse voice exploded. It doesn't matter if the hall master doesn't come. It doesn't make a difference whether he's here or not. We can discuss it ourselves. No elder would talk about their own hall master behind his back like this. Only Azure Sun Temple would do this. As the saying goes, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Everyone nodded in agreement. Qiu Ran had a pained look on his face as he cursed in his heart. Without saying anything, everyone took their seats. Yang Kai looked around and cupped his fists. Junior brother, please excuse me. Qiu Ran said, this is your business. There's no need to avoid it. Sit down and listen. Fine, there's no need to leave. Yang Kai turned around and sat down. He was the same as Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao Xiao, a newly promoted elder. However, Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao Xiao were still proper elders of the temple, while he was just an honored elder. Even though he had contributed a lot to the temple, he was still seated at the back, right next to Murong Xiao Xiao. Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao Xiao were not qualified to participate in this kind of discussion for the time being, mainly because they lacked experience. The reason why they were called over was so that they could listen and make preparations for the future. Sooner or later, they would also hold great power in the temple and decide the future of the disciples. Qiu Ran cleared his throat and first told everyone about how Yang Kai had brought a large number of emperor pills in exchange for a large number of elder contribution points. This caused all the elders to look at him in surprise with envious expressions. 150,000 elder contribution point. This was a figure that had never appeared before. Even if one entered the Divine Ascension Mirror world once a year, they would only need to spend 2,000 elder contribution points. This 150,000 elder contribution points was enough to last them for 60 to 70 years. However, there was no point in being envious. Emperor pills weren't something that just anyone could refine. Everyone was more and more convinced that it was indeed easy to become an emperor pill refiner. Now that they had obtained 150,000 elder contribution points, how long would it take to spend them? Yang Kai sat there calmly with a calm expression on his face, but in reality, he was secretly chatting with Murong Xiao Xiao. After exclaiming in surprise, someone immediately began to worry about the problem that Qiu Ran had been worried about and asked how Yang Kai would spend these elder contribution points. Qiu Ran then told everyone about Yang Kai wanting to borrow 100 Dao Source Realm and 400 Origin Kings. In the end, they had already discussed this beforehand. Since Qiu Ran had already made the decision, no one had any objections. What they needed to discuss now was how many elder contribution points these people would be worth every month. Fortunately, Yang Kai was not an outsider, so when discussing this matter, everyone maintained a fair attitude. In less than half an hour, the results were out. Yang Kai needed to pay each Dao Source Realm disciple 10 elder contribution points per month and each Origin King Realm disciple 3 elder contribution points per month. In total, Yang Kai would have to pay 2,200 elder contribution points per month, or 26,400 elder contribution points per year. 150,000 elder contribution points was enough to pay for almost 6 years. This result was also within Yang Kai's expectations. When Qiu Ran asked, Yang Kai naturally had no objections and immediately decided on this matter. 6 years was almost enough for the disciples from the Star Territory to familiarize themselves with the Star Boundary and for some Origin Kings to break through to the Dao Source Realm. At that time, the older generation would teach the newer generation and pass on their cultivation experience, forming a virtuous cycle. What's more, if the elder contribution points were gone, Yang Kai could just go to Ji Ying and ask for some emperor pills to exchange for them. It's rare for us to gather here, so let's discuss the Southern Territory's martial meet next month. Qiu Ran picked up his teacup and took a few sips before putting it down and saying, the Southern Territory's martial meet is held once every 5 years, but everyone knows about the situation in the past few years. The appearance of the demon cave and the revival of the demon sense caused everyone to panic. Our Southern Territory's cultivator has been chasing down the escaped demon sense for a long time, so the martial meet has been delayed. Now that the dust has finally settled, the martial meet after more than a decade cannot be neglected. Martial meet? What martial meet? Yang Kai turned to look at Murong Xiao Xiao and asked. Murong Xiao Xiao replied, it's a tradition in the Southern Territory that is held once every 5 years. It is jointly organized by our Azure Sun Temple, Orthodoxy Temple, and Heavenly Martial Holy Land. The 3 sects jointly fund it and set up some valuable prizes. Star Soul Palace will also bestow some gifts. Throughout the Southern Territory, any cultivator below the Emperor Realm can participate. The martial meet is divided into 3 levels: Dao Source Realm, Origin King Realm, and Origin Returning Realm. There is also an individual ranking and a sect ranking. Depending on the ranking, the prizes can be won. It can be regarded as a way for the great sects and families to test the cultivation results of their disciples. In any case, every sect attaches great importance to this martial meet, especially our 3 top sects. No one wants to fall behind, so every martial meet is very lively with many masters gathered. So there's such a thing. Yang Kai was amazed. Murong Xiao Xiao pursed her lips and smiled. Brother, you haven't been in the Southern Territory for long, so you haven't heard of it. The last martial meet was held in our temple. Brother Xia, Brother Xiao, and I all participated. How were the results? Yang Kai asked with interest. Murong Xiao Xiao said embarrassedly, in terms of sect ranking, we were slightly higher than the other 2. In terms of individual ranking, Brother Xia was slightly behind Wu Chang, ranking 2nd. I only managed to enter the top 10. Yang Kai comforted her, victory and defeat are common, junior sister doesn't need to worry about it. The martial meet is held by the 3 sects in turn. Last time it was us, but this time it seems it's Orthodoxy Temple's turn. By the way, I heard Brother Chiu say that the Southern Territory has been chasing that demon spirit for the past few years. What's the situation? Yang Kai knew about the demon spirit. He, Hua Yu Lu, and the others could be said to be the culprits. During the trip to the southern swamp, the demon cave appeared and the former patriarch of the Gong family, Gong Yu, was eroded by the demon spirit and fell to become the demon race. He then sneaked into Azure Sun Temple and opened the demon cave, releasing thousands of demon spirits. However, Yang Kai was in a hurry to find Zhu Qing and went to the frozen earth, only coming back now. More than 10 years had passed, and he didn't know what the situation was like after that. However, Star Soul Palace was taking the lead in this matter, so there was no need to worry too much. Hearing Yang Kai ask about the demon spirit, Murong Xiao Xiao couldn't help but pale, as if she had thought of an extremely terrible scene, and said softly, "Many people have died." The demon spirit was mysterious and difficult to guard against. Yang Kai had personally faced it before. Gong Yu's cultivation was not weak, but he was quietly invaded by the demon spirit and become the demon race. The most terrifying thing was that Gong Yu did not feel anything wrong when he fell to become the demon race. Instead, his mind was distorted by the demon spirit and he did not hesitate to die in Azure Sun Temple to release thousands of demon spirits and bring chaos to the world. Murong Xiao Xiao said that many people had died, and that was probably the case. It was hard to imagine the situation in the Southern Territory in the past 10 years. At this moment, Gong Luo said loudly, "Since that's the case, then it's settled. This old man will stay behind to oversee the temple. This trip will be led by Lord Temple Master. The following elders will be Luo Chen." A white-faced man stood up and cupped his fists. "Understood." Yang Kai asked curiously, "The Temple Master is going too? Isn't he giving too much face to the Orthodoxy Temple?" Although the scale of this martial gathering in the Southern Territory was not small, it was still a matter under the Emperor realm. He thought that 1 or 2 elders would lead the team, but who knew that Wen Zishan would also go? Murong Xiao Xiao smiled and said, "Every martial gathering, Star Soul Palace will send someone over. The Temple Master is just going through the motions." "I see." Yang Kai nodded slightly. It seemed that they were not giving face to the Orthodoxy Temple, but to the Star Soul Palace. After all, the people from Star Soul Palace were here, so it would be unreasonable for Wen Zishan to not go. It was just going through the motions, so it was not a big deal. Qiu Ran called out again, "Jiao Shueting." "Understood." Jiao Shueting stood up and cupped her fists. "Xiao Bai Yi." "Yes." Chapter 32-29. Murong Xiao Xiao. "Yes." Yang Kai. Qiu Ran looked at him, and the others also looked at him. Yang Kai was stunned and pointed at himself. "I'm going too?" Qiu Ran said with a dark face, "Didn't you hear the discussion just now?" Yang Kai didn't hear anything and only focused on chatting with Murong Xiao Xiao. The temple sent Xiao Bai Yi and Murong Xiao Xiao to go with them, probably to let them gain more experience. Although they had participated in the martial gathering before, they had participated as disciples. Now that they had been promoted to elders, the situation was different, so they could go out and gain more experience and meet more people. In the future, they might be needed to lead a team, so they wouldn't be completely clueless. But what was he going to do? Qiu Ran had just named 5 people, including himself. Did they need 5 elders from the Emperor realm to lead a team for the Emperor realm and below? Wasn't this a bit too much of a fuss? What's more, there were many trivial matters to attend to in the High Heaven Palace, and the hundreds of thousands of disciples hadn't completely settled down yet. Yang Kai wasn't willing to participate in the martial gathering in the Southern Territory, so he hesitated for a moment and said, "Brother, please forgive me, but junior brother still has something to do." Zhou Shueting said, "You are also a temple elder. It's fine if you don't show up for so many years, but this time, you should go. Otherwise, I'm afraid others will forget that the temple still has an elder like you." Every elder from the Emperor realm was the cornerstone of a sect, and the number of elders from the Emperor realm was directly related to the status of a sect. The significance of having one more or one less was completely different. Jiao Shueting's intention was obviously for Yang Kai to show up more and let others know that the temple had an elder from the Emperor realm. At this point, Yang Kai could only nod and say, "All right, then junior brother will go." Yu Kuan laughed out loud. "Junior brother, don't look so unhappy. You should know that every time there is a martial gathering, it is a gathering of people from the Emperor realm. There will be large and small exchanges and auctions in private. If you go there, you might be able to get some good stuff. Otherwise, why do you think the temple sent so many elders there? However, Yang Kai could be considered to be quite wealthy now. He could afford to feed more than 100,000 people. There was no need for him to find anything good. He could only smile and nod. Brother Yu is right. Then it's settled. Everyone, go back and make preparations. We'll set off in a month. With many matters settled, the crowd dispersed. Yang Kai stopped Di Rong and told him that he was going to the technique pavilion to copy some secret skills. Di Rong naturally agreed and personally led Yang Kai there. After being busy for half a day and paying some elder contribution points, Yang Kai walked out of the technique pavilion with satisfaction. He was not in a hurry to leave. He called a few elders he was familiar with and held a banquet on his Lingjian Peak to entertain them. Jiao Shueting did not dare to call Yang Kai. It was not that she did not want to give him face, but that the last time Jiao Shueting drank wine, Yang Kai was scared of her. This woman usually looked generous, but once she drank wine, it was as if she changed into another person. Yang Kai could not bear to look at her. Last time, Qiu Ran punished the elders with a lot of contribution points. Only Yang Kai was not punished for his first offense. This time, no one dared to call him. However, she came and sat at the table. Everyone looked at each other and put away their wine jars at the same time. The meal was tasteless. Yang Kai stayed in Azure Sun Temple for 2 days. On the third day, the 100 Dao Source Realm and 300 Origin King Realm cultivators had been counted and sorted out. They all came to Lingjian Peak to report. When Yang Kai appeared, a voice that could topple gold mountains and topple jade pillars sounded, "Greetings, Elder Yang." Sweeping the crowd with his divine sense, Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction with his hands behind his back. The spirit of these 400 people was good. In terms of cultivation, the temple was not careless. Both men and women were elite talents. In fact, the aptitude of a cultivator who could enter Azure Sun Temple would not be too bad. If it was too bad, the temple would not accept them. Qiu Ran and Jiao Shueting stood aside. After Yang Kai saluted the two of them, he faced the 400 disciples and said, "You probably heard from the Deputy Temple Master. This time, I invite you to the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory to serve as instructors. I hope you will do your best. This elder will not treat you unfairly." "Yes." Everyone roared in response. Yang Kai tilted his head and said, "Brother Qiu and senior sister Jiao, do you have anything to say?" Qiu Ran stepped forward. "No matter what you see in a while, keep it in your stomach. Even if it's your brother or junior sister, you can't leak it at will. If you find out, this old master will not let you off easily." "Yes." The group of disciples was puzzled. They did not know why Qiu Ran had such an order. Yang Kai knew that it must be about the cross-territory space array. It seemed that the temple attached more importance to this cross-territory space array than he thought and tried to keep it a secret. Yang Kai did not care. After all, it had already been exposed. If he did not activate it personally or did not have the token, no one would be able to activate it. "Let's go." Qiu Ran waved his sleeves and took the lead to lead the way. The rest followed closely behind. In a short while, they arrived at the cave at the back of the mountain. Yang Kai asked the 400 people to enter in groups of 10 and stand on the space array. It could not be helped. The space in the cave was too small, and the scale of the space array that was set up was not large. Teleporting in groups of 10 was already the limit. Qiu Ran and Jiao Shueting watched from the side. It was obvious that they wanted to see more clearly. Yang Kai was amused. He did not hide it. Instead, he asked Jiao Shueting to take out the token and took the initiative to teach her how to activate it. 400 people were not a lot. They were all sent away in less than an hour. When Yang Kai appeared in the High Heaven Palace with the last group of people, the main hall was already packed with people. Jiao Shueting also came. Not everyone had the opportunity to travel from the Southern Territory to the Northern Territory in an instant. Moreover, she was very curious about the High Heaven Palace, which was called Yang Kai. Naturally, she wanted to come and take a look. Hua Qing Sai, who received the news, hurried over. She met Jiao Shui Ting together with Bian Yuqing. Both sides chatted for a long time. Then, Hua Qing Sai led the hundreds of people and left. It would not be long before they were assigned to the various peaks. At that time, the pressure on the instructors in the Fire Dragon Palace would be greatly reduced. Jiao Shui Ting did not leave. Since she was already here, she naturally wanted to take a look around. Yang Kai personally accompanied her and led her around the High Heaven Palace. Although she did not show it on the surface, Jiao Shui Ting was extremely shocked. First, the number of disciples in the High Heaven Palace was as Yang Kai said. There were more than 100,000 people. The spirit peaks were filled with people. It was hard to imagine where so many people were recruited from. Second, the number of masters in the High Heaven Palace. Jiao Shui Ting clearly sensed the aura of many masters from the Emperor Realm. Among them, there were even 2 or 3 third-layer Emperor Realm masters. However, their aura was different from that of ordinary humans. Their demonic chi soared to the sky. They were obviously masters at the level of a monster king. She knew that Yang Kai had monster king subordinates. In the past, Yang Kai had brought Ying to the Southern Territory and caused some rumors. However, she did not expect that there was more than one of them. Other than the monster king subordinates, the first chief and second chief were also from the Emperor Realm. There were obviously other masters from the Emperor Realm hidden in the other mountain peaks. Such a foundation was obviously not something that a newly established sect could possess. If these 100,000 disciples were allowed to mature, who in the world could compare to them except for the sects of the great emperors? There were also many natural formations. Although Jiao Shui Ting was not proficient in the Tao of formations, she still had a good understanding of them. The formations covering the spirit peaks were extremely brilliant and were obviously the work of an expert. Out of curiosity, she asked and found out that Yang Kai actually had an Emperor Realm Array master under him. Jiao Shui Ting was so shocked that her mouth formed a circle. If she knew that there was an Emperor Realm Weaponsmith and Emperor Realm Pill Master here, especially that Emperor Realm Pill Master, Wonder Pill Master, was a disciple of the great emperors, she did not know how to feel. Jiao Shui Ting stayed in the High Heaven Palace for 2 days before leaving. She had to admit that what she had seen in the past 2 days had given her a great shock. Previously, Yang Kai's establishment of a sect was simply nonsense. She even persuaded him to stay in the lookout. Now, it seemed that she had thought too much. The High Heaven Palace was not inferior to the lookout at all. Being an elder in the lookout was not comparable to being the palace master of the High Heaven Palace. Yang Kai sent her to the space formation. Jiao Shui Ting turned around and said, "Junior brother, I've thought about it. Since your High Heaven Palace and the lookout are connected by a formation, it's convenient for you to go back and forth. Can you exchange materials with each other? If you can send the specialties of the Northern Territory to the Southern Territory, and then send the specialties of the Southern Territory to the Northern Territory, you will be able to earn a large sum of money." Yang Kai sneered in his heart. "I've been doing this for a long time, so I don't need you to remind me." However, since the existence of the space formation was exposed, it was not impossible to cooperate with the lookout. Although the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce was not bad, the lookout was not weak either. With the lookout's strength, the materials collected by the lookout would not be too bad. Yang Kai nodded and said, "I was just about to talk to Brother Chiu about this. Senior sister can go back and briefly explain it to brother. If the lookout is interested, junior brother will also agree. Brother Chiu should agree. This was a matter that would benefit everyone, so Chiu Ran had no reason to refuse. After you finish dealing with the matters here, return to the lookout as soon as possible. At that time, you will personally discuss it with brother." "I will remember." Jiao Shui Ting reminded, "Don't be too late. Don't forget about the martial gathering." I know. Jiao Shui Ting glared at him before activating the space formation and leaving. After watching her leave, Yang Kai turned around. However, he did not expect the space formation to fluctuate behind him. When he turned around, he saw that there was an additional figure on the space formation. Brother Li Yongkai grinned. The person who came was none other than Li Jiao. He was probably teleported over from the Fire Dragon Palace's space formation. The distance was not far, so he did not have any side effects. When he heard the voice, he cupped his fists and said, "Brother Yang. How did it go?" Yongkai asked. Li Jiao sighed and said, "I failed you. Mi is not very willing." Yongkai's eyes lit up. "It's good that he is not willing. It's good that he is not willing." Li Jiao smiled bitterly. How could he not know what Mi was thinking? Previously, he wanted to persuade Mi so that he would not give Yongkai an excuse to establish his authority. However, it was useless to persuade Mi. If he said too much, they might really fall out. Li Jiao sighed inwardly. Mi was probably out of luck. He could only hope that Yongkai would not go overboard. Chapter 32:30. Brother Li, you must be tired from the journey. Go back to the Fire Dragon Palace and rest. I will take care of the rest. Li Jiao was a little grateful when he heard this. He knew that Yongkai cared about his friendship with Mi, so he didn't plan to bring him to the High Sky sect. Otherwise, if Yongkai really made a move on Mi, it wouldn't be justifiable for him to just stand by and watch. However, after thinking about it carefully, Li Jiao still cupped his fists and said, "Brother Yang, you worry too much. I'm not talented, but I'm willing to help Brother Yang." His friendship with Mi was nothing. Previously, when the negotiations with Mi broke down, that little bit of friendship was already gone. In the future, if the Fire Dragon Palace wanted to establish a foothold in the Northern Territory, they would have to rely on the High Heaven Palace. At this time, he naturally had to stand firm. Moreover, the friendship between him and Yongkai was not something that Mi could compare to. How could he not know what was more important? Yongkai glanced at him and smiled. Since Brother Li has such good intentions, it would be impolite for me to refuse. Wait a moment, I will go and gather the troops. Later, Brother Li will follow me to the High Sky sect. Okay. Li Jiao nodded. Yongkai's figure flashed and left. Standing in place and pondering for a moment, Li Jiao instructed Bian Yuqing, who was waiting at the side. He turned around and stepped into the space array, disappearing without a trace. Not long after, several figures rushed over and landed in the main hall. Yongkai looked around for a while and didn't see Li Jiao. He asked curiously, "Where is he?" Bian Yuqing said, "Palace Master Li said that he will go back to the Fire Dragon Palace first and gather some people to cheer for Palace Master. He's quite considerate." Yongkai smiled and looked back at the three figures behind him. They were none other than the three monster kings. Although there were more than 100,000 people in the High Heaven Palace and the Emperor Realm had many people, the only ones who could really fight were the three monster kings. Hua Qing-sai was the general manager and wasn't suitable for fighting. It would be bad if an accident happened. Bian Yuqing was guarding the space portal and couldn't leave. Although Ji Ying, the Southgate Army, and Hu Yu were from the Emperor Realm, they weren't good at fighting. They only had outstanding results in their respective territories. Naturally, it wasn't suitable to bring them out at this time. Yi Hen had also broken through to the First Order Emperor Realm, but his presence wouldn't make much difference, so Yongkai didn't call him over. Having three monster kings following him was enough. Just as he was about to call Ying Fei and the others to set off, he heard the sound of clothes fluttering behind him. Looking back, he saw Liu Yang pouting at the entrance of the hall, looking at him angrily. How could I forget about her? Yongkai patted his head and took the initiative to wave at Liu Yang, motioning for her to come over. Liu Yang smiled, lifted her skirt, and jumped over, holding one of Yongkai's big hands. The group of five stepped onto the space portal, and with a flash of light, they disappeared. In the Fire Dragon Palace, Li Jiao was very efficient. With a single order, 7 or 8 people from the Emperor Realm, 200 Dao Source Realm, gathered together and waited outside the space portal. Vice Palace Master Chang Sheng's clothes were untidy and his hair was messy, as if he had just crawled out of bed. He was also a second-order Emperor Realm Master, so he naturally didn't need to sleep. However, looking at the clear lipstick mark on his face, it was obvious what he had just done. While tidying up his clothes, he asked puzzledly, "Palace Master, where are we going?" A group of people gathered in front of a space portal that was directly connected to the High Heaven Palace. Could it be that they were going to attack the High Heaven Palace? Many people guessed this in their hearts and were startled. The High Heaven Palace was not to be trifled with. Everyone in the Northern Territory knew that the High Heaven Palace was guarded by 3 Monster King-level masters and the Southern Gate Army's sect-protecting array. The Fire Dragon Palace wouldn't be able to deal with them with just the few people they had. The Seeking Passion sect was a good example. The Fire Dragon Palace was not much better than the Seeking Passion sect. "Why are you asking so much? You'll know when we get there." Li Jiao coldly snorted and deliberately didn't say anything. The main reason was that the Emperor Realm in the Northern Territory often interacted with each other. The elders of the Emperor Realm had some friendship with many people from the High Sky sect. If they revealed this information at this time, it might be leaked. After being reprimanded, Chang Sheng looked embarrassed and didn't dare to say anything more. With a flash of brilliance, 5 figures appeared on the space portal. Before they could see the people clearly, the first to arrive was the demonic Qi, which shocked the people of the Fire Dragon Palace greatly. When they took a closer look, they were surprised to find that Yang Kai was coming over. They couldn't help but look solemn as they secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that this master isn't going to go against the High Heaven Palace. Good, good. Looking at the 3 figures next to Yang Kai, their hearts trembled. Even though they hadn't seen them before, they could infer from the demonic Qi that these 3 were the famous Monster King. There was also a 7 or 8-year-old little girl, which made them a little confused. Could this little girl be Yang Kai's daughter? But they hadn't heard of Yang Kai having a daughter with anyone. Could it be an illegitimate daughter outside? Many people looked at each other with strange expressions. "Brother Yang." Li Jiao cupped his fists. Everyone followed suit and saluted. "Greetings, Palace Master Yang." Yang Kai glanced around and was immediately amused. What a big lineup. In addition to Li Jiao, there were 8 people from the Emperor Realm here, and 200 Dao Source Realm cultivators. Combined with the situation in Azure Sun Temple, Li Jiao had mobilized all the cultivator above the Dao Source Realm in the Fire Dragon Palace. Li Jiao smiled and said, "Brother Yang, if you think there aren't enough people, I can still recruit some more, but in terms of strength, no need." He didn't plan to bring many people with him. It was already a pleasant surprise that Li Jiao could mobilize so many masters under his command to help. If there were more, they would just be a burden. If they weren't strong enough, what was the point of bringing them? "Then, shall we set off now?" Li Jiao inquired. Yang Kai nodded. "Let's go." Li Jiao shouted in a low voice and took the lead to fly into the sky, followed by everyone. The speed of flight between the Emperor Realm and the Dao Source Realm was completely different. The former was undoubtedly much faster. In order to take care of the Dao Source Realm cultivators, the group of people from the Emperor Realm in the Fire Dragon Palace also summoned their flight-type artifacts and pulled some Dao Source Realm cultivators with them. For a time, flying boats, flying swords, flying shuttles, chariots, windmills, and all kinds of flight-type artifacts turned into streams of light and flashed through the sky, like a meteor shower. Yang Kai also summoned his own flying boat and stayed inside with the 3 Monster King and Liu Yang. He followed behind Li Jiao and rushed to the High Sky sect. The High Sky sect wasn't close to the Fire Dragon Palace. The group flew non-stop for 2 days and still hadn't arrived at their destination. The group of people from the Fire Dragon Palace in the Emperor Realm saw some clues. This flight path seemed to lead to the High Sky sect. Many of them had been to the High Sky sect before, so they naturally knew the way. After communicating with each other for a while, they all felt a little nervous and asked Chang Sheng. Chang Sheng didn't refuse. He was the Vice Palace Master of the Fire Dragon Palace, so he was naturally duty-bound. Landing on Li Jiao's ship, he cupped his hands and asked, "Palace Master, are we going to the High Sky sect?" "Yes." Chang Sheng was surprised. "May I ask, Palace Master, what is the purpose of this trip?" Li Jiao said, "To help Palace Master Yang subdue the High Sky sect." At this time, there was no need to hide anything. After all, they still needed to contribute later, so they didn't want to mess up the situation. Ah! Chang Sheng panicked and said anxiously, "Palace Master, please reconsider. You can't do this." "Why not?" Li Jiao looked at him expressionlessly. Chang Sheng said, "The rise of the High Heaven Palace is very fast. A few years ago, they destroyed the Seeking Passion sect, and their reputation spread far and wide. In recent years, they have been silent, and their reputation has dropped a little. If we really help the High Heaven Palace subdue the High Sky sect, then the number one sect in the Northern Territory will definitely be the High Heaven Palace." So what? Li Jiao thought that even if they didn't subdue the High Sky sect, the High Heaven Palace's current foundation was not something other sects could compare to. Chang Sheng said with a serious expression, "May I ask, Palace Master, how does my Fire Dragon Palace compare to the High Heaven Palace?" "Not as good," Li Jiao said honestly. He had seen Yang Kai's ability with his own eyes. He even suspected that Yang Kai could sweep through the entire Fire Dragon Palace by himself. Naturally, they were not as good, not to mention that there were 3 Monster Kings. "We are indeed not as good. My Fire Dragon Palace is already not as good as the High Heaven Palace. If the High Heaven Palace subdues the High Sky sect, then where will my Fire Dragon Palace find a foothold in the Northern Territory? If the lips are gone, the teeth will feel cold. At that time, my Fire Dragon Palace will not be able to survive." Li Jiao looked at him and said, "Then, in your opinion, what should we do?" Chang Sheng said solemnly, "We should unite with the High Sky sect and fight against the High Heaven Palace. With our 2 top sects joining hands, we should be able to contend with the High Heaven Palace, so as to prevent them from dominating." Li Jiao looked at him and didn't say anything. Chang Sheng was a little confused by his gaze. What did this subordinate say wrong? Li Jiao patted his shoulder and sighed. "It's not your fault that you think this way. It's human nature, but there are many things that you don't understand. Not to mention that Yang Kai had saved him time and time again, and he personally didn't want to be enemies with Yang Kai. Even if they really joined hands with the High Sky sect, they would be able to fight against the High Heaven Palace. That was impossible. Yang Kai had the shadow of the dragon race behind him. Who would dare to provoke him? If it was a normal relationship, then it would be fine, but Yang Kai had done the deed of husband and wife with a level 9 giant dragon. "Palace Master, you didn't mention this, and I didn't hear it. Go back and tell them to put their hearts into their stomachs. This time, we don't need you to do anything. We just need to shout and cheer." Chang Sheng's expression twitched. "Palace Master means that Palace Master Yang and the others can destroy the High Sky sect. You think they can't?" Chang Sheng shook his head. "It's not that I'm looking down on Palace Master Yang and the others. With the cultivation of the 3 great Monster King, no one in the High Sky sect is their match. However, sieging a city is a bit different. Not to mention that the High Sky sect has many powerhouses, just the sect protecting barrier alone is not easy to break. Once the barrier is activated, even the 3 great Monster King won't be able to do anything in a short time, right? Can't do anything about it." Li Jiao smiled mysteriously. "Just wait and see." Chang Sheng was in a daze. He didn't know why his palace master had so much confidence in Yang Kai. That was the High Sky sect, one of the top sects in the Northern Territory. How could the sect protecting barrier be broken so easily? However, since Li Jiao was so insistent, he couldn't say anything else. In any case, Li Jiao had already said that this trip was just to wave the flag and cheer. Fighting had nothing to do with them, and they wouldn't encounter any danger. He cupped his hands and left. After conveying Li Jiao's message, the people from the Emperor realm looked at each other. Chapter 32-31. In the main hall of the High Sky sect, there was singing and dancing, and the sound of stringed instruments lingered in the air. Below, a group of dancers in revealing outfits were dancing gracefully. In the main hall, a group of people from the Emperor realm sat in 2 rows. In front of each person was a table with exquisite fruits and nectar. Above them, the sect master of the High Sky sect, Mi, and an old man with white hair and beard were sitting side by side. They were entertaining the guests warmly. The old man was old, and his clothes did not show his wealth. He would not be conspicuous in the crowd. There were several bulging bags hanging from his waist. No one knew what was inside. Such an old man was personally entertained by a figure like Mich. Moreover, this old man was sitting in the same position as him. It was clear how much Mich valued this person. Below, the elders and protectors of the High Sky sect also continuously raised their glasses to invite him. The old man did not refuse any of them. The rare bejeweled nectar slid down his snow-white beard, making the group of elders feel pain in their hearts when they saw this. In order to brew this spirit wine, they had spent a lot of energy and money. They were reluctant to drink it themselves, so they took it out to entertain the guests. However, the guests actually ruined it like this. However, this old man's identity was not something they could afford to offend. Even though they criticized him in their hearts, they could only smile apologetically. As the old man drank, he stared at the graceful and charming dancers below with lecherous eyes. He even grabbed a bunch of grape-like berries in his hand and stuffed them into his mouth one by one. He ate with a mouth full of saliva and was so happy that he forgot about his home. The berries looked very beautiful. They were blue and lustrous, and each one was like a crystal-clear gem. However, those who were familiar with this fruit knew that although it looked beautiful, it definitely did not taste good. The blue jade fruit was a kind of spirit fruit that could be used to refine spirit pills. However, it was not very useful. If eaten raw, it was extremely sour and difficult to swallow. Moreover, it was difficult to cultivate, so in the entire star boundary, this thing was very rare. It was not very useful, it did not taste good, and it was difficult to cultivate. Naturally, no one was willing to spend energy on it. The High Sky sect, on the other hand, had invested heavily in the blue jade fruit. Every year, they would cultivate a large number of blue jade fruits. There was no other reason other than the fact that this old man, Old Dao, liked them. Everyone had their own preferences. This blue jade fruit, which was hard to swallow in the eyes of ordinary people, was the most delicious thing in the world in the eyes of Old Dao. It was unknown why his taste was so unique. Old Dao had an extraordinary background, and Mich had met him by accident. He had invited Old Dao to the High Sky sect as a guest. When he saw the blue jade fruit, he loved it so much that he couldn't put it down. Mich naturally catered to his fancy and spent a lot of money to open up a blue jade orchard in the herb garden. He took care of it every year, and when it was time to harvest, he invited Old Dao to taste it. When he left, he even packed up all the blue jade fruits as gifts. Over the years, Old Dao had developed a habit. Every year, he would come to the High Sky sect for a few days to satisfy his cravings. After a few visits, they naturally became familiar with each other. That day, Li Jiao had left to deliver a message to young Kai. Mich had immediately sent a message to Old Man Dao, informing him that the blue jade fruit was about to ripen and inviting him to come over. Old Man Dao naturally agreed and rushed over without stopping to rest. Immediately, good wine and good food were served. Mich admitted that the High Sky sect was not a match for the High Heaven Palace. The three Monster King were not just for show. After he and Li Jiao were tricked by Yang Kai, he had always been brooding. Now, if he could use Old Dao to get rid of the High Heaven Palace's suppression, he could bear it no matter how high the price. The three Monster King was indeed extraordinary, but in front of Old Dao, they were probably not enough. He enthusiastically toasted and sneered in his heart. He couldn't wait for Yang Kai to come to him quickly and let him know that the High Sky sect was not something he could bully as he pleased. At this moment, someone suddenly walked in from outside the door and quietly said a few words to Mich. Mich's expression changed when he heard this. He quickly put down the wine cup in his hand and said, "Old Dao, please wait for a moment. I will be back soon." He had a terrified expression. Old Dao looked at him strangely. "What's the matter?" Mich forced a smile. "It's just a small matter. Old Dao, you don't have to worry about it. I will take care of it myself." Old Dao threw a blue jade fruit into his mouth and chuckled as he chewed, revealing a mouthful of blue teeth. "Brother Mi, you are treating this old man as an outsider." "How would I dare?" Mich quickly waved his hand. "It is an honor for Old Dao to come to my High Sky sect as a guest. How could I treat old Dao as an outsider? Old Dao said, if it's related to the secrets of your high sky sect, then it's fine if Brother Mi doesn't say anything. If you encounter any trouble, Brother Mi, don't hide it. Although this old man is not very strong, I still have some faith. Perhaps I can help Brother Mi resolve some of it. He also saw that Mi Chi's expression was a little strange. Obviously, he had encountered some trouble. Mi Chi hesitated for a while when he heard this, as if he was struggling. After a while, he sighed and said, since old Dao doesn't treat this Mi as an outsider, then this Mi doesn't mind exposing my family's dirty linen. As he spoke, he picked up the glass of wine and drank it, as if he was drinking to drown his sorrows. Dirty linen? What happened? Old Dao was curious. Mi Chi sighed. It's still that high heaven palace. Old Dao was startled for a moment and said with a strange expression, that high heaven palace that rose not long ago. This old man remembers that the palace master of high heaven palace cheated you out of a lot of source crystals. Mi Chi had told him about this many years ago. At that time, it seemed that he wanted him to go to the high heaven palace to make peace and let Yang Kai forgive those gambling debts, but how could old Dao easily get involved in other people's quarrels? Although he came to the High Sky sect every year to taste some blue jade fruit and Mi Chi's hospitality was good, after all, it was just a small favor. It was not worthwhile to offend a top sect for this. His background was not small, but he couldn't get into any trouble. What's more, those were gambling debts, not Yang Kai snatched them from Mi Chi's hands. I'm ashamed. Mi Chi's face looked as if he couldn't bear to look back on the past. What are the people of High Heaven Palace doing here? Old Dao's face twitched. Are they here to ask for the source crystals you owe? If that's the case, this old man suggests that you pay to avoid disaster. Mi Chi cursed in his heart. All the good things he had over the years had been fed to a dog's stomach. As soon as he heard that it was the High Heaven Palace, they actually asked him to pay to avoid disaster. Sure enough, they were unreliable at the critical moment. However, since he was here this time, he had to borrow their tiger skin no matter what. If not, why would he enthusiastically invite old Dao over as a guest? He was waiting for the moment when Yang Kai came to his door. So far, everything was going according to plan. With a sorrowful expression, he said, old Dao is right. Mi Chi is not a person who goes back on his words. If I agree to a bet, I will naturally accept my loss. Over the years, my High Sky sect has tightened our belts and sent a large amount of source crystals to the High Heaven Palace every year. However, that bastard Yang seems to be unsatisfied. A few days ago, he sent someone to tell me to lead the High Sky sect to surrender to his High Heaven Palace. Otherwise, he will flatten my High Sky sect. Li Jiao did say that he wanted to surrender, but he was just spouting nonsense about flattening my sect. Old Dao's face sank when he heard this. This High Heaven Palace is too arrogant. Who said otherwise? Although this Mi is not talented, he is still the sect master of a sect with thousands of disciples under him. How could he sell himself for glory and live under someone else's roof? So, this Mi refused at that time and earnestly asked the High Heaven Palace to be magnanimous and let my High Sky sect go. And the result? Old Dao asked. Mi Chi said with a sullen expression, just now, this disciple came to report that the High Heaven Palace's palace master, Yang Kai, brought a dozen masters from the Emperor realm to my High Sky sect. There are also more than 200 Dao Source Realm masters. It seems that they really want to flatten my High Sky sect. Old Dao's eyes twitched. That can't be. He was no longer in the mood to throw the blue jade fruit in his hand into his mouth, faintly feeling that he had fallen into some kind of trap. Although he was old, he was not a fool. Mi Chi had specially invited him here just in time for the High Heaven Palace's invasion. This was obviously part of Mi Chi's plan. He wanted to borrow his strength. He couldn't help but feel resentment in his heart. Didn't I just eat some of your fruits every year? Did you have to trick me like this? However, on the surface, he said, Sect Master Mi, aren't you overthinking things? This could be a misunderstanding. Mi Chi said seriously, that thief Yang has already set up his array, how could it be a misunderstanding? Old Dao threw away the blue jade fruit in his hand, feeling that it was extremely hot. He coughed dryly and said, "Brother Mi, you haven't even seen his face yet, so how can you be sure that it's not a misunderstanding? Maybe when you meet him, you can just talk a little and settle the matter." Settle the matter, my ass. How could Mi not know that he was trying to shirk responsibility, but he couldn't force him. He couldn't just say that he had eaten a lot of his blue jade fruit every year and that he was in trouble now, so he had to help him. Old Dao continued, "Moreover, the High Sky Sect's sect protecting array is extremely extraordinary. Even if Palace Master Yang comes, Brother Mi doesn't have to worry too much. Whether or not they can break the sect protecting array is another matter." Mi squeezed out a smile on his face and nodded. Old Dao's words are reasonable. "In that case, this Mi will go and investigate. I hope that this is really just a misunderstanding." Old Dao immediately said, "Brother Mi, come back early." The corners of Mi's mouth twitched. Seeing that Mi really had no intention of going out with him, he understood that the so-called friendship between the two was just so. He couldn't help feeling sad and angry, but he couldn't fall out with him, so he could only say, "All right, Old Dao, please wait a moment. I'll go out and take a look." Saying so, he flicked his sleeves and walked out. At the same time, he signaled the elders and protectors present with his eyes. The group of people immediately left their seats and followed behind him. In an instant, only Old Dao was left in the hall. Looking at the young girls who were still dancing below, then looking at the blue jade fruit in front of him, he suddenly felt a little bored. High Sky Sect, outside the sect protecting array, Yang Kai stood calmly on the ground with his hands behind his back. Li Jiao stood next to him, and behind him were the three monster kings, their demonic chi soaring to the sky. Each of them had a fierce look in their eyes. Behind them were the Fire Dragon Palaces, the Emperor Realm and Dao Source Realm Masters. Their expressions were a little complicated. They didn't expect that he would really come to the High Sky Sect to cause trouble this time. What is this Palace Master Yang trying to do? Our Palace Master is really strange, actually cooperating with him. Inside the array, a group of High Sky Sect disciples who didn't have high cultivations were trembling. They gathered together and hugged each other for warmth, as if this would make them feel safer. The two sides looked at each other across the array. Facing the terrifying gazes of the three monster kings, they were suddenly a little scared and started sweating. Chapter 32-32. At first glance, Yang Kai's group was obviously aggressive and did not come with good intentions. Although the disciples of the High Sky Sect did not know what they were up to, they still had some common sense, so naturally, they were terrified. Yang Kai glanced over and said coldly, "This king and sect master Mi are old acquaintances. I have come from afar to visit him because I have something important to discuss with him. Why are you refusing to let this king in and not opening the spirit array? Can you bear the responsibility for delaying this king's and sect master Mi's important matter?" The disciples naturally wouldn't believe his nonsense. They all knew about the relationship between their sects and High Heaven Palace. The sharp decline in their sect's profits over the years was all because of High Heaven Palace, so they had long hated High Heaven Palace and Yang Kai to the core. They weren't enemies, but they were more like sworn enemies. Why would such a guy come to visit their sect master? He clearly did not have good intentions. What's more, the sect master had already ordered that the spirit array must not be opened without his permission, so naturally, he would not be scared by Yang Kai's words. The Dao Source Realm leader cupped his fists and said, "Please calm down, Palace Master Yang. Sect Master is already on his way and will be here soon. Please wait for a moment, Palace Master Yang. If there is anything you need, you may as well wait for the Sect Master's arrival. Palace Master Yang can speak with him personally." These words were spoken in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing, fully displaying the demeanor of a great sect. Yang Kai coldly snorted, "It is said that the King of Hell is easy to meet, but the little ghosts are hard to deal with. Sure enough, what is your name?" The Dao Source Realm leader's face twitched. What does this mean? Is he looking for trouble with me? After hesitating for a moment, he did not dare to hide and reported his name. Yang Kai nodded and pointed at him, "I'll teach you a lesson later." The man immediately wanted to cry but had no tears. "Palace Master Yang, This one is just following orders. Why lower yourself to my level? Yang Kai said, if you don't want me to lower myself to your level, then open the spirit array quickly and stop making noise. The Dao Source Realm leader shrunk his neck. How could he dare to open the spirit array? He was like an ant on a hot pan, completely at a loss for what to do. At that moment, a voice came from behind. I was wondering who it was that was so imposing. It turns out it was Palace Master Yang. This MI has failed to greet you properly. I hope you can forgive him. Sect Master. The group of disciples turned their heads and looked over with joy on their faces. The Dao Source Realm leader was even more overjoyed as he felt a sense of relief. Led by his sect master, nearly 10 elders and protectors from the Emperor realm flew over together. Now that the sect master was here, there was nothing for him to do. He quickly took a few steps back and stood behind the group of people from the Emperor realm. Sect Master Mi. Yang Kai looked at Mi Chi with a smile. Long time no see, I trust you've been well. Mi Chi cupped his fists and said, Palace Master Yang is also as elegant as ever, his prestige undiminished. Although it was a compliment, it was hard not to hear it. Kai Yang's brow furrowed as he thought to himself, how could this guy be so fearless? Looking at the people from the Emperor realm behind him, and then turning his head to look at the lineup on his side, Yang Kai felt that their strength was completely unequal. Where did he get the confidence to speak to me like this? Is he relying on the mountain defending array in front of him? Mi Chi asked curiously, shouldn't Palace Master Yang be enjoying life in High Heaven Palace? How come you have time to come to this remote place? Yang Kai laughed and said, I was out on a business trip and passed by this place. I haven't seen Sect Master Mi for many years, so I came to pay you a visit. I see. Mi Chi cupped his fists again. Thank you for your concern, Palace Master Yang. This Mi is well. Yang Kai said, Sect Master Mi, are you going to talk to me like this? Are you not going to invite me in? Speaking of which, this is the first time I've come to your High Sky sect. I wonder how it compares to my High Heaven Palace. Mi Chi shook his head and said, the High Heaven Palace is a beautiful place. My High Sky sect is naturally far inferior. Silently cursing himself for having a screw loose in his head for inviting Yang Kai in, Yang Kai quickly changed the subject. However, today is a bit unfortunate. This Mi is currently entertaining an honored guest, so it's somewhat inconvenient. If Brother Yang is interested, you might as well come another day. This Mi will personally accompany you. Yang Kai looked at him, a guest from afar. Sect Master Mi's hospitality is a bit unreasonable. Mi Chi smiled slightly. Please forgive me, Palace Master Yang. It's really inconvenient. It wouldn't be good to offend that important guest. Which important guest is here? Why don't you let this king take a look? Mi Chi shook his head and said, that master doesn't like strangers. Palace Master Yang, I'm really sorry for today. Please go back. Yang Kai said lightly, what if this king insists on going in to take a look? Mi Chi narrowed his eyes and said, Palace Master Yang, please respect yourself. This is my High Sky sect, not the High Heaven Palace. It's not up to you to say what you want. If you want to show off, please go back to the High Heaven Palace. When the group of Mi Tien sect disciples heard this, they were all very excited. They felt that their sect leader was really domineering when he spoke. It was fun to listen to him. The palace master of Ling Xiao Palace had asked for it. There was no need to harp on and embarrass himself. Yang Kai looked at him meaningfully. It seems that sect master Mi has something to rely on. Aren't you afraid that this king will flatten your High Sky sect in a fit of anger? Mi Chi said proudly, heaven is watching what people do. Justice is in the heart of the people. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, justice is not in the heart of the people, it is in my hand. He was too lazy to talk nonsense with him and directly shed all pretense of cordiality. Mi Chi, this king came here personally to bring you two choices. Mi Chi said with a smile, then this Mi would like to hear what the two choices are. I hope Palace Master Yang can speak seriously and not make people laugh. Yang Kai said expressionlessly, submit to my High Heaven Palace and hand over 70% of your annual income in the future, or, this king will make your High Sky sect a branch of my High Heaven Palace. Chi looked at him expressionlessly, waiting for him to continue. After a while, he said, "That's it." Yang Kai said with his hands behind his back, "You choose yourself." Chi chuckled and turned his head to look around, saying, "Palace Master Yang is joking. Everyone, please give him some face." A group of elders and protectors laughed, and the disciples also cooperated. The scene was indescribably strange. Yang Kai looked on coldly, and the three-monster king also looked solemn. Chi raised his hand and everyone's laughter came to an abrupt end. He looked at Yang Kai coldly and said, "There is nothing to worry about in this world. Palace Master Yang, you can still save face if you retreat now. Otherwise, when the time comes, you will really become a joke." He seemed to be advising him out of goodwill, but in fact, he was eager for Yang Kai to humiliate himself. He was determined to resolve this grievance today so that he would not have to send a large number of source crystals to the High Heaven Palace every year in the future. Sect Master Mi's words are full of confidence today. Yang Kai nodded slightly. "I hope you won't regret it." Chi shouted, "This king has never regretted anything in his life." "Good." Yang Kai shouted, "Since Sect Master Mi refuses a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, then don't blame this Palace Master for ignoring our old friendship and flattening your High Sky Sec." As soon as he finished speaking, 3 figures rushed out from his left and right, and in the blink of an eye, they rushed to the front of the sect protecting array. No one could even see what happened. They only felt a violent energy fluctuation, followed by a loud rumbling sound, and the earth shook. The sect protecting array shook violently a few times, and layers of ripples appeared. The three-monster king's fierce attack was terrifying. The demonic chi rolled and soared into the sky, startling many people. They all summoned their artifacts and urged their strength, as if they were facing a great enemy. Chi, on the other hand, was calm and composed. He just looked forward with a smile and said, "Although my High Sky Sect's sect protecting array is not the best, it is not so easy to break. Palace Master Yang should save his strength." As soon as he finished speaking, an array flag suddenly appeared in his hand. With a light wave, the shaking array immediately stabilized, and even the ripples disappeared. No matter how the three-monster king attacked, there was no reaction. It was not that there was no reaction, but that all the attacking power had been dispersed and transferred elsewhere. This was the power of the sect protecting array. When the array was activated, even the three-monster king couldn't break it in a short time. If the people of Seeking Passion sect had hidden inside the array, Yang Kai wouldn't have had the ability to destroy them. What was worse was that they ran to Ice Heart Valley in full force, giving Yang Kai an opportunity to attack. The three monster kings didn't hold back in their attacks, and after a series of fierce attacks, their strength was exhausted and they quickly retreated to Yang Kai's side, each of them wearing a look of shame on their faces, feeling that it was all Yang Kai's fault. On the other hand, the people of the High Sky sect laughed, their laughter full of ridicule. Chi said, "Palace Master Yang still hasn't given up. If this continues, it will be even more embarrassing." Previously, he was also afraid that the three-monster king would break his sect-protecting array, but now that the array was safe and sound, his heart immediately calmed down. It seemed that there was no need for Old Man Dao to make a move. The High Heaven Palace couldn't do anything to him. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have given them the source crystals from a few years ago. Yang Kai looked at him and said, "If this is what you are counting on, this king is very disappointed." Chi coldly snorted and said, "Shameless boasting. A mere array is nothing. Watch as this king breaks it." Yang Kai's arms shook, and the people behind him all retreated 1,000 feet away. Chi frowned. He didn't know what Yang Kai was doing. Although he knew that Yang Kai's strength was not weak, it hadn't been long since he ascended to the Emperor realm. How could he do something that even the three-monster king couldn't do? Just as he was wondering, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion in the void. A simple-looking stone man suddenly appeared in front of them. The group of people stared with their eyes wide open. No one saw how the stone man appeared. They only saw Yang Kai grabbing at the void, as if it had been hiding there all along. The stone golem was about half the height of a human and had sharp edges all over its body. It looked silly, but its pair of eyes were extremely quick-witted. As soon as the stone man appeared, it turned around and faced the high sky sect's sect-protecting array. Immediately, it roared like a beast and pounded its chest with its fists. The group of people was stunned again. What was this guy doing? The momentum of his appearance was not weak, but what the hell was this self-mutilation? But soon, the shock turned into horror. Pairs of eyes slowly moved up, and one by one, they slowly raised their heads. As the earth shook, the stone man, which was only half the height of a person, grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. 3 feet, 5 feet, 10 feet, 200 feet, 300 feet. It grew to a height of 400 to 500 feet before it slowly stopped. It was like a mountain in front of the high sky sect's sect-protecting array. Chapter 32-33. An unimaginable pressure hit him in the face. It was as if the mountain-like monster was not standing in front of him, but was pressing on his chest, making it difficult for him to breathe. What was even more terrifying was that sharp stone pillars had grown out of the stone man's body. They were like barbs, and there was evil fire all over his body. Stone fire. Mi's eyes narrowed. He had some eyesight and recognized some traces from the aura emitted by the embodiment. But why would the stone fire appear here? He had heard in his early years that there was a Holy Spirit stone fire in the savage wilderness ancient land in the Eastern Territory. It had even destroyed a Black Tortoise sect. He did not know if it was the one in front of him. What made him even more puzzled was, when did the stone fire become so huge? The information about the Holy Spirits was public. Anyone could collect some information as long as they wanted to. Therefore, Mi was not unfamiliar with the stone fire, but he had never seen it with his own eyes. As far as he knew, even if the stone fire had some secret techniques that could make its body bigger or smaller, it was absolutely impossible for it to become so huge. It was really strange. However, he did not know that the stone fire in front of him was the stone mongoose. It had once swallowed a floating continent. Although it had used the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique to quench all the impurities, if the embodiment wanted to, it could become even bigger. So what if it was 400 to 500 feet? Yang Kai's 200 feet dragon body could only carry its shoes in front of it. The roar stopped, and the embodiment's eyes were wide open. It was ferocious like an angry King Kong as it looked down. A fist bigger than a palace was clenched tightly. It bent its arm back and smashed down. Before the attack arrived, the ear-piercing sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Mi's expression changed drastically. He was no longer as calm as before. The High Sky sect's sect protection formation was indeed extraordinary. If he personally presided over it, it could withstand the attacks of the 3 monster kings without any damage. However, in the face of such a fierce attack, he had no confidence at all. Most of the formations in the world could be broken by force. If it could not be broken, then it meant that there was not enough force. Mi couldn't imagine how powerful this unimaginably huge stone fire was, nor did he dare to imagine it. In a hurry, he waved the array flags in his hand again and again, sending out beams of mystic light that struck the light screen of the array. The light screen lit up and seemed to become much more dazzling. Boom, the practicing body's fist smashed down, and the entire High Sky sect shook. Countless houses collapsed in an instant, and dust flew everywhere. Many figures rushed up to the sky and looked around blankly. When they saw the huge figure in the distance, they were all dumbfounded. Although the High Sky sect was protected by the formation, and as long as the formation was not broken, outsiders would not be able to force their way in. However, the Dharmakaya's punch was made up of the purest form of power. Even the sect protection formation could not completely eliminate it. Instead, under the influence of the formation, it spread to all parts of the High Sky sect. Near and far, the High Sky sect was a mess. The place where Mi and the others were standing was even more terrifying. When the huge fist smashed down, everyone could not help but feel that the sky was falling. The power of the fist turned into a shockwave, causing sand and stones to fly around in a large area, and the sun and moon to dim. Asterisk puff puff puff. Asterisk a series of muffled sounds rang out as blood and flesh splattered. Some of the High Sky sect disciples with low cultivation were shattered into pieces by the invisible shockwave, exploding into a bloody mist on the spot. Only the cultivator above the Tao Source realm managed to survive, but their faces were pale and their eyes were filled with horror. Chi was shocked. He did not care about the life and death of some of the disciples with low cultivation at the moment. His eyes were fixed on a spot on the formation's light screen, where the practicing body's fist had smashed down. Countless tiny cracks appeared on the seemingly impregnable formation's light screen, spreading wildly in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the cracks had stretched for thousands of meters. Chi was shocked. Although he knew that the power of the monster's punch was absolutely not to be underestimated, he did not expect it to be so violent. Is this the power of the stone fire? The stone fire does not seem to be strong. Seeing the monster raise its fist again, Chi did not dare to hesitate. He hurriedly waved the array flag in his hand, and under the surge of his Emperor Chi, a stream of light shot out. The shaking light screen gradually stabilized, and the cracks that appeared gradually disappeared under his efforts. Before he could catch his breath, the second punch had already smashed down. This punch did not seem to have hit the High Sky sect's sect-protecting array, but rather Chi's heart. It made his hair stand on end, and he felt the aura of death rushing towards him. The same situation as before appeared again. The entire High Sky sect shook violently again, and more buildings collapsed. Fortunately, seeing that the situation was not good, the cultivators of the Emperor realm behind Chi cast their spells to resist, blocking the shockwave that came from afar, preventing the disciples with low cultivation from suffering any more damage. Catcher. There was a crisp sound, and cracks appeared on the light screen of the grand array that had just been repaired. There were more and more cracks than before, and the distance was even longer. Chi was scared out of his wits, and once again waved the array flag to stabilize the grand array. The embodiment's fist that was raised again made him feel desperate. The sect-protecting array that he was so proud of did not seem to be able to protect the High Sky sect. It could be said that 90% of the arrays in the world could not withstand such indiscriminate bombardment. He roared, "Elders, help me." As his voice rang out, the cultivators of the Emperor realm behind him seemed to have woken up from a dream. They hurriedly took out their array flags, which were all array flags that controlled the sect-protecting array. However, the one in Chi's hand was the main array flag, and the ones in their hands were just sub-array flags. Everyone's expression was unprecedentedly solemn. As the array flags were waved, the light screen of the grand array rippled with a dim light, and the cracks were slowly mended. The embodiment shook its head. It seemed to be a little angry that the power of its two punches did not manage to break the array. It suddenly clasped its palms together, raised them high, and smashed them down. "We can't block it, we definitely can't block it." Although the attack had yet to land, whether it was Chi or the elders and protectors of the Emperor realm, this thought emerged in their minds. It was an instinctive feeling. In fact, this was indeed the case. When the embodiment's third punch landed, the shaking light screen of the grand array suddenly stiffened. Then, with the two punches as the center, dense cracks spread out in all directions. Under the horrified gaze of the High Sky sect, the light screen suddenly collapsed. The sect-protecting array had been broken. Hundreds of feet away, the three Monster Kings' figures shot out like lightning. In the blink of an eye, they rushed into the Emperor realm of the High Sky sect. They did not give them any time to react at all. Ying Fei's speed was faster. He took the lead, and Shi Lei and Xie Wuwei followed closely behind. When the sky was filled with claw shadows, the High Sky sect of the Emperor realm of the High Sky sect, who had yet to accept the fact that the grand array had been broken, could only parry Ying Fei's attacks. They could not fight back at all. The difference in cultivation was obvious. The High Sky sect only had Chi, who was a third-level Emperor realm master. In a one-on-one fight, he might not be a match for Ying Fei, let alone the rest of the people. Shi Lei's body flashed with green lightning. He did not care about anything and directly rushed in front of Chi. He grinned maliciously. "You want to do this the hard way? Give me your life." He grabbed Chi's head with his huge palms. Chi threw out the battle flag in his hand and quickly summoned an artifact that looked like a steel ring. He clashed with Shi Lei. The grief, anger, and fear in his heart were indescribable. Xie Wuwei followed closely behind Shi Lei. In a flash, a huge scorpion shadow appeared behind him. It shook its head and wagged its tail. The scorpion stinger on its tail glowed with a green light. At first glance, it was extremely poisonous. Its whole body shook, and a cloud of green mist exploded. It directly enveloped 4 or 5 people of the Emperor realm. They disappeared in the blink of an eye. Cries of alarm could be heard from inside. No one knew what the situation was like. As soon as the 3 Monster King appeared, they took over all the higher-ups of the High Sky sect. Li Jiao raised his arm and shouted, "Kill!" Although he came here to cheer for Yang Kai, he naturally could not just sit on the sidelines. Since things had already come to this, he might as well go all the way. Helping Yang Kai take down the High Sky sect was the best thing to do. The group of elders from the Fire Dragon Palace was still in a daze. The scene in front of them was simply too difficult to accept. The High Sky sect and the Fire Dragon Palace were both top sects in the Northern Territory. They had both stood in the Northern Territory for tens of thousands of years, but now, Yang Kai had easily broken their sect-defending array. They had always thought that Yang Kai could destroy the Seeking Passion sect by luck. Who told the Seeking Passion sect to run to Ice Heart Valley to court death? But now, it seemed that it was just wishful thinking. The High Sky sect's array was broken so easily. If the Fire Dragon Palace and the High Heaven Palace became enemies, they would not have a good ending. Everyone originally thought that Li Jiao's decision to follow Yang Kai's lead was a bit of a loss of prestige, but now it seemed that the palace master was not incompetent, but had foresight. At this moment, when they heard Li Jiao's shout, they all came back to their senses and hurriedly chased after Li Jiao. They might not be willing to fight the High Sky sect head-on, but they were willing to beat a drowning dog. The people from the High Sky sect instantly complained. The 3 Monster King had already suppressed all of them, and now Li Jiao led a group of people from the Emperor realm, who were not inferior to them in numbers, to join the battle. How could they win? In an instant, they were completely suppressed. One by one, the people from the Emperor realm were beaten until they vomited blood and lay on the ground. Mi roared in grief and indignation, "Li Jiao, you and I are irreconcilable." It was fine if Yang Kai came to deal with him, but Li Jiao also intervened. It was really difficult for Mi to accept. Li Jiao sent a High Sky sect elder flying with a palm and coldly snorted, "Mi, a wise man submits to circumstances. It is not too late to bow to Palace Master Yang, otherwise, I'm afraid it will end with regret." Wishful thinking. Mi gritted his teeth and roared. He still had some backbone. The main thing was that he still had a trump card that he had not used yet. Seeing Shi Lei's lightning bolt coming at him, he took the opportunity to fly out and roared, "Elder Dao, save me." On a mountain peak not far away, the white-haired Elder Dao was speechless. He had only come to eat some fruits and drink some wine, but he actually encountered this kind of thing. At this point, if he still could not guess Mi-Chi's intentions, then he would have lived for so many years in vain. However, as the saying goes, one who takes advantage of others goes soft. Mi-Chi had been polite to him all these years. Every year, when the blue jade fruit ripened, he would invite him over. It was fine if he did not encounter this kind of thing, but since he had encountered it, it was not right to just stand by and do nothing. Furthermore, Mi-Chi had already shouted, so it would be too much if he continued to pretend that he did not know. With a long sigh, Elder Dao tapped his foot and floated over. Chapter 32-34. Although Old Dao's appearance wasn't very impressive, his sleeves still fluttered in the wind as he flew over, giving him a sage-like appearance. Moreover, the aura emanating from his body was shockingly at the level of a third-layer Emperor Realm Master. Ying Fei glanced at him from the corner of his eyes and sneered. He moved like lightning and subdued the last High Sky sect elder, placed a seal on his body, and sealed his cultivation. Then, his figure fluttered left and right as he flew towards Old Dao. There were 32 Monster Kings in the savage, desolate ancient land. In terms of strength, the eagle might not be in the top 3, but in terms of speed, no one could compare to it. Even the three saint spirits would have to admit that they were inferior. In the blink of an eye, Ying Fei was only 1,000 feet away from Old Dao, and he was still rapidly approaching. Old Dao, who was flying towards him, didn't change his expression. He patted a cloth bag on his waist and threw it towards Ying Fei. The cloth bag opened in the wind and aimed at Ying Fei. A strong suction force came from it, causing a strong wind to blow. Ying Fei didn't act carelessly when he saw this. He didn't know what kind of artifact this cloth bag was, but since it was a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, its power couldn't be weak. He zigzagged and tried to avoid the cloth bag. Who would have thought that the cloth bag would suddenly expand rapidly, becoming larger than a house in an instant? Moreover, a large green hand shot out from the bag, directly grabbing at Ying Fei. Ying Fei was startled and instinctively tried to dodge, but he was shocked to find that the monster qi in his body was boiling unstably, as if it had been disturbed by something. Caught off guard, he was caught by the large handprint and his face contorted in pain. After grabbing Ying Fei, the giant green hand immediately retracted back into the cloth bag. Ying Fei also disappeared at the same time. Old Dao raised his hand and took back the cloth bag. Old Ying. Shi Lei's expression changed dramatically as he cried out in surprise. He looked at the cloth bag with fear. As a fellow monster king, he naturally knew how difficult it was to deal with Flying Eagle. But now, this monster king, who was known for his speed, was captured by a cloth bag without being able to fight back. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. Yang Kai knew that this wasn't the white-haired old man's ability, but rather the power of the bag artifact. Yang Kai didn't know what this bag artifact was, but it actually had such a miraculous effect. On the other side, Xie Wuwei's poisonous fog was also tumbling violently. It could be seen that his emotions were fluctuating violently. Mi Qi, who was being beaten back by Rhino Lei, laughed loudly. "Thank you, Elder Dao." His meticulous preparations had indeed come in handy. At this moment, he couldn't help but admire his foresight. If it had been any other third-layer Emperor Realm cultivator, Old Dao might not have been able to deal with them so easily, but this was the Monster King. Old Dao was the best at dealing with monster beasts. Taking advantage of Shi Lei's distraction, Mi Qi quickly retreated and broke free from Shi Lei's entanglement. He stood next to Old Dao and cupped his hands. "Old Dao, this group of thieves has gone too far. Please help me." Old Dao nodded expressionlessly. Sure. Since things had already gotten to this point, he might as well go all the way. Moreover, the sudden appearance of 3 Monster Kings had surprised him. Once he captured these 3 Monster Kings, his mission would be completed. Even without Mi Qi's request, he would have continued. "Die, old dog." Arcs of lightning wrapped around Shi Lei's body as the phantom of a vicious beast flashed behind him. He was obviously furious. He originally thought that following Yang Kai to the High Sky Sect would be a piece of cake, but who would have thought that Flying Eagle would be captured in just a single exchange? Flying Eagle's capture was a disgrace to the savage, desolate ancient land. How could Shi Lei let this go? In the face of Shi Lei's raging anger, Old Dao's expression did not change. His reply was incomparably direct as he threw the cloth bag in his hand again. Shi Lei's rushing figure came to a sudden halt. He looked up and saw that the cloth bag had opened up above his head and was emitting a powerful suction force. That wasn't all. With his strength, he could completely resist the suction force. The key point was that the big cyan hand print shot out from the cloth bag. As soon as the hand print shot out, Shi Lei felt his monster qi become somewhat chaotic. This scared him out of his wits, and he immediately understood how Flying Eagle had fallen for it. Before he could resist, the cyan handprint grabbed him and directly dragged him back into the cloth bag. This time, Old Dao did not put the cloth bag away. Instead, he made a hand seal and the cloth bag turned, aiming at the poisonous fog in the air. The poisonous fog was released by Xie Wuwei. As soon as the battle started, he dragged several High Sky Sect disciples from the Emperor Realm into it. No one knew what was going on inside, but from the cries of a group of High Sky Sect elders, they knew that Xie Wuwei had the upper hand. The cyan handprint appeared again, but it was slightly dimmer than before. It seemed that this cyan handprint was a consumable that would disappear after a few uses. However, with Flying Eagle and Shi Lei as an example, Xie Wuwei did not dare to lower his guard. The poisonous fog rolled, and Xie Wuwei's figure suddenly rushed out, quickly escaping toward Yang Kai. The cyan handprint was like a maggot that could not be shaken off. Moreover, it was extremely fast. Before Xie Wuwei could escape far, it caught him and quickly pulled him back. After Xie Wuwei was put into the cloth bag, old Dao made a hand seal, and the cloth bag tightened. It floated back to his hand, and he hung it on his waist. This unforeseen event could be said to have happened in a flash, and it made people's eyes unable to connect. The three monster kings were full of fighting spirit, and they came with great momentum. The people of the High Sky sect originally had no power to resist, but the situation was resolved by a white-haired old man and a strange cloth bag. Everyone was stunned. Li Jiao and the group of Fire Dragon Palace disciples from the Emperor realm did not dare to rush forward. They just looked like they were going to attack, and they retreated in horror. The three monster kings were not the white-haired old man's match, so how could they be strong enough? Mi-Chi obviously did not expect things to be so easy. After being stunned for a moment, he laughed out loud and was extremely arrogant. Yang Kai, who was standing beside old Dao with his fingers twitching, said, "Little thief, how dare you offend the High Sky sect? Today is the day you die." Old Dao raised a wine gourd and poured wine into his mouth. When he heard this, he glanced at Mi-Chi. He knew that Mi-Chi was using his power to intimidate others, but he did not say anything. Anyway, they had gained a lot from this trip, and it was not a loss to let him borrow some power. Yang Kai acted as if he did not hear anything. He just stared at the white-haired old man who did not look very good. This trip was originally to make an example of the High Sky sect, but before he could do so, the three monster kings were taken in by them. What the hell was going on? It was not that he did not want to save Xie Wuwei, but it happened too fast. He did not have time to react when Ying Fei and Shi Lei were caught. When Xie Wuwei fled to his side, he was stopped by Liu Yang when he wanted to save Xie Wuwei. He watched helplessly as Xie Wuwei was taken away. Otherwise, with his space divine technique, it should not be a problem to save Xie Wuwei. Who was this old man? What kind of secret treasure was that cloth bag? Just as Yang Kai was feeling suspicious, Liu Yang suddenly walked past him step by step. Yang Kai looked down at her and said, "Be careful." Liu Yang was not weak, but the cloth bag was also very strange. Yang Kai did not know whether Liu Yang could deal with it. Liu Yang looked calm and did not change her pace. Dao Laroding, who was holding a wine gourd and pouring wine into his mouth, suddenly looked and his eyes widened. The wine in the gourd flowed down the corner of his mouth and wet his clothes. He hurriedly patted his clothes and then carefully looked at Liu Yang. The corner of his eyes could not help but twitch. Why, did she look so much like that person? His thoughts drifted and he recalled the events of more than 10 years ago. More than 10 years ago, when he returned to the island to report to a certain master, he glanced at a figure sitting at the mouth of a volcano while chatting with the master. Although it was very far away, he still saw that the figure was a little girl, only 7 or 8 years old, who was also dressed like this. At that time, he was curious and asked the master about the little girl's identity. The master only replied with an unfathomable smile, so he did not dare to ask more. Although it had been more than 10 years and he did not see clearly at that time, the figure of a 7 or 8-year-old girl was too deep. When he suddenly saw it at this time, he could not help but think in that direction. Looking carefully again, she did look like her. "Little thief, don't you have any subordinates? What's the meaning of sending a little girl here?" Mi-Chi was intoxicated by his success, clinging tightly to Dao Laoding's side and shouting wildly. After seeing Dao Laoding's methods, he became more and more fearless, but he did not dare to be too far away from Dao Laoding, lest Yang Kai seize the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. "Shut up!" Dao Laoding shouted. Mi-Chi was suddenly silenced and glanced at Dao Laoding in amazement, only to find that he was looking at the little girl with a dignified expression, cold sweat gradually flowing from his forehead. This discovery startled Mi-Chi, wondering if he could not provoke this little girl. Otherwise, why would Dao Laoding have such an expression? Suspiciously, Michi looked carefully and saw that the little girl walking towards him had an indifferent expression. Her eyes were clear and pure. At a glance, he could tell that she was a beauty. She had such an elegant demeanor from a young age. What would happen when she grew up? Seeing the two sides getting closer and closer, but the little girl still had no intention of stopping, Michi also became a little nervous, secretly circulating his emperor chi, ready to attack at any time. Liu Yang stopped 10 meters away. Observing from a close distance, Dao Laoding increasingly felt that his guess was right. This was probably the one he saw on the island back then. He did not know whether to laugh or cry, as he did not expect to meet in such a place. This was really a case of the Dragon King Temple. Although he was almost certain, he still needed to ask the necessary questions, so after hesitating for a moment, he secretly sent a message. Liu Yang's divine sense surged as he replied. The scene suddenly became strange. The High Sky Sect and the Fire Dragon Palace were at loggerheads, but a little girl was communicating with a white-haired old man in the middle of the battlefield. Not long after, Dao Laoding nodded slightly and Liu Yang turned around and left, returning to Yang Kai's side in a few leaps. You know that old man? Yang Kai looked at Liu Yang suspiciously. Liu Yang said, I don't know him, but he seems to have seen me before. What do you mean? He's from Spirit Beast Island. Spirit Beast Island of the Beast Warrior Master? Yang Kai was surprised. Chapter 32-35. Liu Yang had lived on Spirit Beast Island for a while. Since she said so, it shouldn't be wrong. Yang Kai didn't expect this white-haired old man to have such a background. He had come into contact with a few people from Spirit Beast Island and had even seen the martial beast. They had wreaked havoc on Dragon Island together, so he naturally knew how powerful they were. Although there weren't many people on Spirit Beast Island, none of them could be underestimated. Whether it was Li Wu Yi or Zhu Feng, they were all famous figures. In the past, Yang Kai only thought of them as ordinary third-layer Emperor realm cultivators. However, after meeting and talking with Yang, he had some guesses that Li Wu Yi and Zhu Feng were a group of people sandwiched between the Emperor realm and the Great Emperors. Because of the limited capacity of the bottle of heaven and earth, they couldn't become Great Emperors. Otherwise, they might have been figures who were on par with the Great Emperors. However, this was all Yang Kai's guess. He wasn't sure if it was true or not. However, the white-haired old man opposite him was from Spirit Beast Island. After asking a few more questions, Yang Kai learned the situation. The white-haired old man seemed to have seen Liu Yang once from afar. However, Liu Yang was comprehending the mystery of the Fire Phoenix's origin at that time and didn't pay attention. That was why Liu Yang said that the old man knew her, but she didn't know him. What made Liu Yang see the clues was the pouch secret treasure used by the white-haired old man. She had seen this secret treasure in Zhu Feng's hands. The people of Spirit Beast Island called it the Spirit Beast Pouch. It was a very strange secret treasure that had a very obvious restraining effect on the monster clan. However, it didn't have much effect on other clans. The Spirit Beast Pouch sealed the Imperial Beast Seal, which was derived from the martial beast. Once the Spirit Beast Pouch was used, as long as it was related to the monster clan, it wouldn't be able to escape the Spirit Beast Pouch's binding. This was the fundamental reason why the three monster kings were easily captured. If they really fought, the white-haired old man might not be a match for any of them. However, with the Spirit Beast Pouch, the white-haired old man could easily capture the three monster kings. Spirit Beast Island is in the Eastern Territory. Why did this old man come to the Northern Territory? Yang Kai was puzzled. Today, his face had been slapped so hard that he felt a little depressed. If the white-haired old man wasn't from Spirit Beast Island, he definitely wouldn't have let this matter go. Liu Yang explained, Spirit Beast Island collects all the exotic beasts in the world, so those exotic beasts were naturally captured. There are people on the island who do this, and he is one of them. He probably came to the Northern Territory to look for exotic beasts. Yang Kai nodded gently. Michi's expression became uncertain when the two were communicating. Although he didn't understand the development of the situation, he saw the secret communication between Liu Yang and Elder Dao. He suddenly had a bad feeling. He didn't dare to hesitate and cupped his hands. Elder Dao, if you can help me again, I will be very grateful. I will give you a big gift after this. He could only count on Elder Dao to help. Otherwise, his High Sky sect would never be a match for young Kai. Elder Dao sighed and patted him on the shoulder. Forget it. Give them whatever they want. Mi's eyes widened. He didn't expect Elder Dao to say such a thing. He didn't know that Elder Dao was also very helpless. Although he was from Spirit Beast Island and was ordered to come to the Northern Territory to search for strange beasts, his status on Spirit Beast Island was not very high. On Spirit Beast Island, the Master of Beast Warrior was naturally the most respected, and below him were Li Wui and Nine Phoenix. That little girl seemed to have a close relationship with Master Nine Phoenix, so he didn't dare to offend her. While Mi was stunned, Elder Dao took off the cloth bag on his waist and opened the Spirit Beast bag. 3 figures immediately rushed out. They were Ying Fei and the others. The 3 Monster King had a look of lingering fear. As soon as they appeared, they immediately looked around and saw Elder Dao and Mi. They looked at each other, and almost without hesitation, they rushed toward Elder Dao in a triangular formation. Although the 3 of them had suffered a great loss from the Spirit Beast bag just now, the 3 of them had sharp eyes and saw the drawbacks of the Spirit Beast bag. This secret treasure was indeed powerful, but it seemed that it could only target one person at a time. If the 3 of them attacked together, they could completely kill Elder Dao before the Spirit Beast bag showed its power. In an instant, demonic chi soared into the sky, and 3 clear murderous intents shrouded Elder Dao. He was so shocked that his hair stood on end, and Mi was so scared that he staggered back and almost fell to the ground. Stop! Yang Kai shouted. Shi Lei and Xie Wuwei paused and stopped in midair, but Ying Fei's figure suddenly disappeared. It was actually an afterimage, and he had already rushed in front of Elder Dao. An eagle claw was only an inch away from Elder Dao's face, and the energy coming out of the eagle claw made Elder Dao's face hurt. Old Man Dao's back was drenched in cold sweat after having narrowly escaped death for no reason. He raised his head to look at Ying Fei, who was just inches away from him. He secretly rejoiced that he had been the first to finish off this Demon King. Otherwise, with his speed, he might not have been a match for him. Monster King, don't be rude. Yang Kai's voice came from behind again. Since they were from Spirit Beast Island, they were not enemies. Moreover, Elder Dao took the initiative to release the 3 Monster King, so how could Yang Kai sit by and watch him die? Ying Fei was also obedient. He withdrew his eagle claw, and his body did not move. He floated back, as if there was a force pulling him from behind. In an instant, he stood side by side with Shi Lei and Xie Wuwei. The 3 of them stared at Elder Dao with vigilance. They had to be vigilant. They had just suffered a great loss at the hands of this old guy and lost their face. If it happened again, they would not have the face to stay by Yang Kai's side. When he retreated, Mi finally returned to his senses. Although he did not know why Elder Dao changed his mind at the last minute and even released the 3 Monster King, he knew that it was impossible. Without hesitation, he turned around and rushed into the High Sky sect. Old sir, please wait for a moment. I will be back soon. I will talk to you in detail later. Yang Kai smiled at Elder Dao. His body suddenly flashed and disappeared in an instant. Space Divine Technique. Elder Dao's eyes narrowed. As a member of Spirit Beast Island, he naturally knew about the Space Divine Technique. Li Wui was a master of this technique. Elder Dao had seen Li Wui use the Space Divine Technique many times, but he never thought that he could see such a divine technique from someone else. Looking at the level of mastery, it seemed that he was not much worse than Li Wui. Elder Dao felt a chill in his heart. He knew that the reason Li Wui did not make a move just now was probably because of that little girl. Otherwise, he would not even know how he died. A person who used the Space Divine Technique was not to be trifled with. They were both 3rd-layer Emperor Realm Masters, but Li Wui had the reputation of being the strongest person under the Great Emperors. It was all because of the Space Divine Technique. On the other side, the rapidly escaping Mi's vision blurred. Yang Kai had blocked his way with a cold expression and shouted, "Where do you think you are going?" Mi gritted his teeth and put on a desperate stance. A long spear suddenly appeared in his hand and a cold light flashed. Then, the spear shot out like a dragon. A humming sound rang out incessantly, covering a large area. He was also a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, so he naturally had some life-saving skills. This move of his showed his powerful foundation. The murderous aura of the spear that filled the sky was extraordinary. The people from the Fire Dragon Palace and the Emperor Realm felt their eyelids twitch. They knew that there was no way they could survive such an attack. However, Yang Kai just stood there without any intention of dodging. He turned his head and glanced at Li Jiao, only to see his palace master standing there calmly, not worried in the slightest. Of all the people present, Li Jiao knew Yang Kai's ability the best. He even dared to face the dragon race head-on, so how could he be afraid of Mi? There was nothing to worry about. Facing this crazy attack, Yang Kai's expression became strange. This was the first time he had fought with someone as a second-order Emperor Realm Master, and his opponent was a third-layer Emperor Realm Master. Although Mi's attack was not weak, it did not seem to be that scary in his eyes. Yang Kai leisurely stretched out his hand into the sky full of spear shadows and suddenly grabbed at the void. As the spear phantoms collapsed, Mi's movements also froze, his eyes going wide as if he had seen a ghost. This was because Yang Kai's casual grab had actually caught the tip of Mi's spear in the midst of countless feints. With his spear in hand, how could he use his killing move? Mi's expression changed drastically, but his reaction was also extremely fast. He shook his spear and a rotational force was transmitted through the spear's body. He shouted in a low voice, "Let go." He was hoping to use this move to shake off Kai Yang, and he wasn't able to do so without relying on himself. What he was relying on was that his cultivation was higher than Kai Yang's by one realm. The rotational force was transmitted to Yang Kai's palm in an instant, and as expected, Yang Kai's wrist was rotated. Mi was about to continue, but he saw a vicious look appear on Yang Kai's face as he suddenly turned his wrist back. It was quite an imposing manner. The rotational force, which was completely opposite to the previous one, rebounded along the spear's body. Before Mi could figure out what was going on, his whole body was sent spinning several times by the huge force. He forcibly pushed his Emperor Qi to stabilize his body, but the spear in his hand was snatched away by Yang Kai. Mi was dizzy for a moment, and his face was filled with shock. Such great strength. He clearly felt that he was only a second-order Emperor Realm Master, so how could he have such great strength? This is true brute force. He didn't know the current situation of Yang Kai's body. How could he resist a half-dragon body? If it was Li Jiao, he would never have wrestled with Yang Kai. That was simply asking for trouble. Not waiting for him to regain his footing, a gust of wind whistled above his head. Looking up, he was frightened out of his wits. He saw that Kai Yang was still holding onto his spear, using his own artifact as a club, ruthlessly smashing down towards him. Mi crossed his arms over his head and two arm guards appeared out of thin air on his arms. Hong. The end of the spear smashed into the arm guard, causing it to flash wildly before quickly dimming. This Emperor artifact had lost all its spirituality after being struck by this tyrannical blow, and Mi was suppressed by an irresistible force and fell down like a meteor, smashing directly into a nearby mountain, creating a large crater in its wake. Chapter 32-36. The members of the High Sky sect from the Emperor Realm who had fallen to the ground were all stunned. Their eyes were blank, and they felt that this was unbelievable. Their own sect master couldn't even take a single blow from the other party. The people of the Fire Dragon Palace were also stunned. They felt that this was extremely ridiculous. Mi was a third-stage Emperor Realm Master, so how could he be so weak? The three Monster King looked at each other in shock. They could see that Yang Kai seemed to be much stronger than before. Old Dao gulped, picked up his wine gourd, and poured it into his mouth. He had to drink to calm himself down. Mi, who had been smashed to the ground and flattened a mountain, felt dizzy. The blood in his body was tumbling, and after suppressing it with great difficulty, he saw Yang Kai landing lightly in front of him. He stood in front of him and flicked the spear in his hand, thrusting it towards him. "Spare me!" Michi shouted. "Palace Master Yang, spare me." At this time, saving his life was the most important thing. He couldn't care less about face. If he lost his life, what was the use of face? The tip of the spear brushed past his cheek, cutting off a few strands of his black hair. Michi's eyes widened, and he almost wet himself in fear. "Kai!" Yang Kai curled his lips and stabbed the spear in his hand into the ground. He then turned around and said, "Who else refuses to accept this? Who wouldn't accept this?" The members of the High Sky sect from the Emperor realm had already been dealt with by Ying Fei and Xie Wuwei. At this moment, they were all lying on the ground and wailing. The few from the Emperor realm who fought Ying Fei had claw marks all over their bodies and were dripping with blood. Unfortunately, their cultivations were sealed by Ying Fei, so they couldn't even use their arts to heal themselves. As for those who fought with Xie Wuwei, their bodies were covered in a green glow, and large blisters appeared on their exposed skin. Their faces were green, and it was obvious that they had been poisoned. It could be said that the upper echelons of the High Sky sect from the Emperor realm had all been wiped out. From beginning to end, the entire battle took less than a cup of tea's worth of time. "Palace Master Yang, please spare us." The disciples at the Dao Source realm and below knelt down one after another, each and every one of them looking as if they had just lost their parents. Michi's eyes dimmed as he stared at the figure with his back to him, glancing over at the long spear artifact in front of him, but he couldn't even summon the courage to launch a sneak attack. Yang Kai unscrupulously exposed his back to him, which seemed to be full of flaws, but it made him even more fearful, so he didn't dare to act rashly. Glancing around coldly, Yang Kai snorted, "Whether you can live or not will depend on your sovereign's choice." Michi staggered to his feet and clutched his chest. He turned around and saw many familiar faces looking at him. Their eyes were filled with the desire to live. Since things had come to this, what else could he say? His fist was not as big as theirs, so he had to surrender. Although he was in a bit of a sorry state this time, fortunately, no one died because of it. It could be seen that Yang Kai's people were quite restrained. Sighing in his heart, Michi turned his head and cupped his fists. "The High Sky sect is willing to follow Palace Master Yang's lead. I ask that Palace Master Yang be magnanimous and let us live." Yang Kai turned his head and squinted at him, saying expressionlessly, "This is a serious matter. Sect Master Mi, please consider carefully before making a decision. This king is not in a hurry and can give you some time. If you are sincere in pledging your allegiance, that's fine, but if you are not, there is no need to force yourself, lest this king is accused of bullying others. My life is in your hands, what's there to consider?" Michi cursed in his heart. How could he not be firm at this time? If he had any other thoughts, he was afraid he wouldn't have a good end. Moreover, several of the elders here were poisoned and wouldn't last long. If they weren't detoxified quickly, their lives would be in danger. Is he fucking going to do that again? Although Michi cursed in his heart, he didn't dare to show it on the surface. He said in a deep voice, "Palace Master Yang's divine technique is unparalleled. The High Sky sect has eyes but failed to see. Please forgive us if we have offended you. From today onwards, the High Sky sect will sincerely pledge their allegiance to you." The corners of Yang Kai's mouth rose slightly. "Sect Master Mi is the sect master of a sect. Your words carry enormous weight. I naturally believe what you say. Since Sect Master Mi is so sincere, this king will accept your kindness." The corners of Michi's mouth twitched. He finally realized how despicable and shameless this person in front of him was. Didn't he bring so many masters here just to subdue the High Sky sect? He even had Li Jiao come over to greet him before, and they even fought just now. Now, he actually had the face to say such words. It was as if he had taken the initiative to pledge his allegiance and Yang Kai had reluctantly accepted it. He was simply shameless. He just couldn't understand. Although the High Sky sect was good, why was Yang Kai so fixated on it? He already owed Yang Kai a large debt, and every year, he sent him a large sum of money, so why did Yang Kai insist on subduing his High Sky sect? Was it just to show off the strength of the High Heaven Palace? Mi put on a forced smile and said, "Thank you, Palace Master Yang." What was this? His people from the Emperor realm had been brutally beaten up, and he had lost all face. Even the escort array had been broken, and he was forced to pledge his allegiance, yet he still had to thank Yang Kai. Mi's heart was filled with grief and indignation. He only hated that his strength was not as good as Yang Kai's, otherwise, he would have definitely taught Yang Kai a lesson. Yang Kai said, "Words are no guarantee. I ask Sect Master Mi to show some sincerity." Mi was startled and asked cautiously, "What kind of sincerity does Palace Master Yang want?" He was already so humble, yet Yang Kai still wanted to be so aggressive. Mi secretly swore that if Yang Kai really did ask for something too excessive, he would reconsider. Yang Kai said in a deep voice, "I ask Sect Master Mi to write an order and inform the High Sky Sect that from today onwards, the High Sky Sect is a subordinate sect of the High Heaven Palace." Ah! Mi heard this and suddenly raised his head, his face alternating between red and green. Today's matter was indeed embarrassing, but it was only limited to the High Sky Sect. Even if news spread out afterwards, as long as the High Sky Sect didn't admit it, the world would only speculate. However, if he took the initiative to send an order, then the nature of the matter would be completely different. The High Sky Sect had many cities under its jurisdiction and many families and subordinate sects. After all, it was one of the top forces in the Northern Territory. As the saying goes, good news doesn't spread far and wide, but bad news spreads far and wide. Once this order was sent out, it wouldn't be long before the entire Northern Territory knew about it. This would cause the High Sky Sect to lose face in the entire Northern Territory. A dignified top sect in the Northern Territory had actually fallen to the point of becoming someone else's subordinate sect. How could he endure this? Chem. Yang Kai's face became cold. It seems that Sect Master Mi is a little unwilling. Or perhaps what you said just now was just a casual remark. No, Mi quickly waved his hand, it's just that. Before he could finish speaking, Yang Kai suddenly looked up at the sky and said lightly, "Sect Master Mi is so indecisive. It seems that you are not suitable to be in charge of the sect. Sect Master Mi should abdicate." What did this mean? Was he forcing him to abdicate his position as sect master? If it were anyone else saying this, Mi definitely wouldn't have taken it seriously, but since it was Yang Kai saying so, it was different. He was a fish on the chopping block, so Yang Kai could easily kill him and then choose a suitable elder to be in charge of the High Sky Sect. He believed that there would definitely be someone willing to cooperate with him. Feeling a chill in his heart, Mi no longer dared to bargain, clenching his teeth and saying, "Right, I'll write." Yang Kai said, "Don't force it, it won't be interesting if you force it." Mi said seriously, "This Mi is very sincere. Sect Master Yang, please understand. Since that's the case, then, let's write it and see." Yang Kai rubbed his chin. Mi immediately took out a jade slip and poured his divine sense into it, writing the order. Yang Kai raised his chin and said, "Heal them." Ying Fei's figure flickered, and he swayed around a few of the High Sky Sect elders, slapping each of them and releasing their seals. Xie Wuwei opened his mouth wide, and the few poisoned the Emperor Realm elders on the ground immediately emitted a dark green aura, which he swallowed into his mouth. The seals were released, and the poison was cleared. A group of the Emperor Realm elders took out healing pills and stuffed them into their mouths, each with a complicated expression. After a while, Mi finished writing and handed the jade slip to Yang Kai, saying, "Sect Master Yang, take a look and see if it's okay." Yang Kai took the jade slip and scanned it. He frowned and threw the jade slip back. "Your High Sky Sect is one of the top sects in the Northern Territory. Don't write it in such a lowly manner and make others look down on you." Mi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Their lives were in your hands, how could they not be lowly? But since Yang Kai wasn't satisfied, they had no choice but to write it again. He was the dignified sect master of the High Sky Sect, but he was forced to write such a shameful order, and he was even picked on by others. How could he reason with them? Not long after, another order was written. Yang Kai checked it and nodded slightly. "That's more like it. Write the same order." He looked up at the High Sky Sect elders and protectors who were healing their wounds and counted the number of people. 8. Michi didn't dare to disagree, and he obediently wrote 8 more orders. Yang Kai said, "Tell the people of the Emperor realm of the High Sky Sect to take the order and go to different places in 8 directions. Pass through the city, enter the city, and enter the sect. Read the order in a crowded place and announce the High Sky Sect's allegiance to the Northern Territory." Hearing this, the group of Mitien sect elders widened their eyes and stared at them in a daze. Michi's expression also changed. Anger and humiliation flashed across his face, and there was also a trace of ruthlessness. He thought that even if he wrote the order, it would take some time for the news to spread. Who knew that Yang Kai would be so ruthless and ask the elders of the High Sky Sect to personally take the order and read it to all the major cities and sects in the Northern Territory? This was simply humiliating the High Sky Sect. How would he, the sect master of the High Sky Sect, be able to establish himself in the Northern Territory in the future? How would the elders of the Emperor realm, who would read the order, be able to do so? How would the entire Northern Territory view the High Sky Sect? As the saying goes, a gentleman prefers death to humiliation. At this moment, Michi had the impulse to fight Yang Kai to the death. He felt that Yang Kai was deliberately humiliating him. But when he saw Yang Kai's cold eyes, he couldn't help but shiver. Those eyes looked at him as if he was looking at a dead person. Michi didn't doubt that if he dared to make a move again, Yang Kai would definitely not let him go. He clenched his fists, but in the end, he didn't dare to make a move. He comforted himself. It was better to live than to die. What was the big deal? Chapter 32-37. Slowly loosening his clenched fists, Mitien responded, "Yes, there's no time to lose, let's move out now." Yang Kai gestured to the side, not stopping for even a moment. Michi had no choice but to wave his hand and pass the order to the many elders before saying, "You all heard Palace Master Yang's words, go." He waved his hand, looking like he had nothing left to live for. The several elders who had not yet recovered from their injuries glanced at each other, unable to hide the grief and indignation in their eyes, but so what if they felt resentment in their hearts? They were not the other party's opponent, and their sect master had already lowered his head, so they could only follow orders. They immediately split up and flew off in different directions. Although their injuries had not healed, they were not serious and could be slowly nursed back to health along the way. Only now did they understand why the 2 Monster King had not killed them just now. It turned out that he had been waiting here, leaving them alive to run errands for him. This was premeditated. If the High Sky Sects the Emperor realm were all killed, who would read Michi's order? If it were anyone else reading it, it would not be convincing. Only the High Sky Sect's elders and protectors would be able to confirm this matter. It was not hard to imagine that the news of Mitien's sect submitting to Towering Palace would spread out very soon. Michi sighed in his heart, and he looked as if he had become much weaker. It was as if he had aged for no reason. "Get up, don't kneel, we will be a family from now on." Yang Kai glanced around at the High Sky Sect's disciples who were still kneeling on the ground and raised his hand. The group of people looked at Michi, not daring to move. Michi shouted in a deep voice, "Are you all deaf? Did you not hear Palace Master Yang's words? If you want to kneel, kneel until you die and don't get up in the future. A bunch of good-for-nothings. How did the High Sky Sect raise such a group of cowards?" Although their cultivation was not as good as Michi's, they shouldn't be scared to the point of kneeling by a few words from him, right? After a while, the group of people no longer dared to kneel. They all stood up with awkward expressions. Michi coldly snorted again, "From today onwards, you may not listen to this sect master's words, but you must listen to Palace Master Yang's words, do you understand?" "Yes." Sparse replies could be heard, all of them seeming weak. Hearing their own sect master speak like this, they also felt ashamed. Michi squeezed out a smile. "Palace Master Yang, do you have anything to say?" Yang Kai waved his hand. What was there to say to them? He just needed to deal with Michi. He turned to Old Dao and said, "Old sir, if you don't mind, would you like to come in for a chat?" Michi had the urge to roll his eyes. This was the High Sky Sect, not the High Heaven Palace. However, Yang Kai had obviously regarded this place as his own territory, and he did not dare to say anything. Since he had chosen to submit, then the High Sky Sect was really his territory. Old Dao pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "Thank you for your consideration. Since that is the case, this old man will trouble you." He also wanted to figure out the relationship between Liu Yang and Zhu Feng. "Please." Yang Kai gestured with his hand. Old Dao was polite, and the two of them simply walked in side by side. The three Monster King followed closely behind. Mi deliberately fell behind and walked with Li Jiao. The two of them could be considered old acquaintances. Last time, Li Jiao had come over to persuade Mi, but unfortunately, Mi did not listen. He thought that if he invited old Dao over, he would be able to sit back and relax. Who knew that old Dao would not be able to help him avoid disaster and would end up like this today? Li Jiao could not help but sigh. He reached out and patted Mi's shoulder, not knowing what to say. Mi transmitted his voice, "Brother Li, you and I have known each other for many years, and our friendship is not ordinary. Tell me, why does Palace Master Yang have to humiliate my High Sky Sect? This Mi does not think that I have offended him, and I have paid him the annual debt on time, but why does he have to do this? He does not care about my High Sky Sect's face at all. Furthermore, he did not even give him any time to breathe and immediately sent the elders of the Emperor realm out. He had originally planned to delay for a while and then think of another way to see if he could resolve this disaster, but now, where would he find the chance?" Li Jiao looked up and thought, "What is the use of being friends with me now? Last time, I was still kicked out by you, but this time, he was not in the mood to ridicule him. He only smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Mi, do you think that Palace Master Yang is humiliating you? Is he not?" Mi glared. If he was not humiliating him, why would he write the order himself and let the elders of the Emperor realm read it everywhere? That is not the case. Li Jiao shook his head. Mi asked, "Then why?" "To establish dominance." Li Jiao spat out two words. Mi was stunned. Establishing dominance? What dominance? Although the High Heaven Palace had not been established for a long time, it was already a top sect in the Northern Territory. This was recognized by the entire Northern Territory. Since it was already a top sect, its dominance was already there, so what was there to establish? Who was it for? Li Jiao pondered for a moment and said, "Palace Master Yang wants to unify the Northern Territory." The main thing was that this matter could not be hidden. Li Jiao believed that Yang Kai would make a move soon, so there was no harm in saying it now. He was not afraid that Mi would find out in advance. Mi was stunned, and his mouth opened wider than an egg. After a while, he recovered and said in shock, "Unify the Northern Territory?" This ambition was huge. The Northern Territory was not like the other three territories, which had great emperors' sects. Although Medicine Pill Valley had the great emperors, Medicine Pill Valley did not interfere in the matters of the Northern Territory, so the entire Northern Territory could be considered a headless dragon, unlike the Southern Territory where Star Soul Palace was the leader, the Western Territory where Shadow Kill Hall was the leader, and the Eastern Territory where Spirit Beast Island was. Mi did not expect Yang Kai's ambition to be so great, and he really dared to do such a thing. He said in a daze, "Is he not afraid of provoking public anger and the Northern Territory's heroes to attack him?" Li Jiao pursed his lips and said, "That's why he wants to establish dominance." Mi was not a fool. Although he was a little cowardly, being able to cultivate to the third stage Emperor realm meant that his brain was not too bad. He did not understand what establishing dominance meant before, but now that Li Jiao explained it, he could not understand. The High Sky Sect was also one of the top sects in the Northern Territory, but so what? They were beaten by the High Heaven Palace to the point that they could not fight back and had no choice but to submit to protect themselves. If even the High Sky Sect was like this, what choice did the other sects and families have? As long as this news spread out, when the High Heaven Palace wanted to invade other territories, no one would dare to resist. Mi did not know whether to laugh or cry. Because of this, my High Sky Sect suffered an unexpected disaster. Li Jiao patted his shoulder again and sighed, Don't worry, at least you're still alive. Speaking of which, the High Sky sect was also unlucky. Among the 4 top sects in the Northern Territory, Iceheart Valley had a close relationship with Yang Kai. Mi and Yang Kai had been traveling for many years and had established a good friendship. If Yang Kai wanted to establish dominance, the High Sky sect was his only choice. It could be said that Mi deserved to be unlucky. The High Sky sect was a top sect in the Northern Territory, and if it was any other smaller sect, the effect would definitely not be as good. Mi sighed, but it was useless to say anything now. However, after learning about Yang Kai's plan to unify the Northern Territory, he felt much better. After all, Yang Kai was not deliberately humiliating him and the High Sky sect. It was just a part of the plan. Not long after, a group of people entered the main hall. As the owner of this place, Mi naturally arranged for the banquet to be replaced with a new one. He ordered the musicians to play music and the dancers to dance. Immediately, the main hall was filled with a scene of singing and dancing. However, the main seat was replaced by Yang Kai. Other than him, the sect master of the High Sky sect, there were no other members of the Emperor realm of the High Sky sect in the main hall. Instead, there were the 3 Monster King and the people of the Fire Dragon Palace. Yang Kai raised his glass and invited everyone to drink, and everyone agreed. After 3 rounds of wine, Yang Kai began to chat with Old Man Dao. On the way, they chatted for a while, so he knew the other party's name. The reason why Yang Kai invited him to stay and entertain him was mainly to inquire about Dragon Island from him. After creating havoc on Dragon Island, he left the Dragon Palace and entered the territory of the lower plains. He did not know what happened after that. He also did not know if Martial Beast took Fu Xian away. He also did not know if Dragon Island punished Zhu Qing. Unfortunately, Old Man Dao did not know about this either. He stayed in the Northern Territory to search for exotic beasts for Spiritual Beast Island. He had not returned for more than 10 years. He did not even know that Martial Beast brought people to Dragon Island. He did not know, and Yang Kai did not say much. However, his mysterious behavior made Old Man Dao suspicious. However, no matter whether Martial Beast took Fu Xian away or not, Zhu Qing definitely did not have to worry too much. Zhu Qing was now a rank 9 giant dragon. According to the purity of her bloodline, she was qualified to be an elder of Dragon Island. After the havoc he made last time, Dragon Island would not punish her. Her situation was somewhat similar to Fu Xian's. They were both married with humans. If Dragon Island really wanted to punish her, Fu Xian would definitely not be spared. Martial Beast naturally would not sit back and do nothing. If Dragon Island wanted to trigger Zhu Qing, they would definitely punish Fu Xian as well. Otherwise, it would be unfair. Old Man Dao was more curious about Liu Yang. He asked about her relationship with Nine Phoenix in a roundabout way. After being evaded by Yang Kai, he did not ask anymore. Both parties did not get the answer they wanted, so it did not affect them too much. In the evening, the banquet ended and Old Man Dao took his leave. Yang Kai asked Liu Yang to send him off. Accompanied by Mi, he chose a suitable place in the High Sky sect to arrange the space array. Mi did not know what Yang Kai was doing at first. After communicating with Li Jiao, he learned the truth and secretly complained in his heart. With this space array connecting the 2 sects, it seemed that the High Sky sect would not be able to get rid of the High Heaven Palace's suppression. The next day, Yang Kai led a group of people back to the High Heaven Palace, accompanied by Mi. The first thing he did when he returned was to summon people for a meeting. The participants were all Dao Source Realm cultivators and above. There were not many of them. Li Jiao and Mi were also among them, causing many people who did not know the truth to look at each other. Li Jiao was here, and everyone knew that he had a good relationship with Yang Kai, but what about Mi? Even Hua Qing Sai was puzzled. She looked at Mi from time to time, only to see Mi show a flattering smile, which made her confused. When everyone arrived, Yang Kai went straight to the point. Sect Master Mi has decided that the sect will belong to my High Heaven Palace. From now on, the High Sky sect will belong to my High Heaven Palace. As soon as these words came out, Everyone was shocked and almost wondered if they had heard wrongly. Only the three Monster King looked calm. Chapter 32-38. Inside the main hall, pairs of eyes looked at Mi-Chi. Mi-Chi was tactful and immediately stepped forward. He cupped his hands and said, "Palace Master Yang's divine technique is unparalleled, and you have the world in your heart. This Mi is convinced. The entire High Sky sect is willing to submit to High Heaven Palace. We will follow your orders in the future, regardless of danger." Whether he was sincere or not, his words were beautiful and made everyone in High Heaven Palace have a good impression of him. The corner of Li Jiao's mouth twitched. He didn't expect Mi-Chi to be so straightforward. Although the two of them had some dealings before, he didn't realize that Mi-Chi had such a side. Previously, when Yang Kai wanted him to submit, he resisted several times. Now, he had accepted his fate and was able to adjust his position and attitude well, which made Li Jiao look at him in a new light. However, he couldn't help but feel some sympathy for him. The Fire Dragon Palace and High Sky Sect were similar in strength. Li Jiao estimated that if he and Yang Kai hadn't gone out to live and die together several times, the High Sky Sect would have ended up like the Fire Dragon Palace. It was also because of his friendship with Yang Kai that Yang Kai didn't attack the Fire Dragon Palace. But then again, the Fire Dragon Palace was now not much different from the High Sky Sect. They were more like subordinates than subordinates. Everyone has heard Sect Master Mi's words. "Let's get to know each other." Yang Kai waved his hand. Hua Qing Sai smiled and stepped forward. She bowed and said, "I am the Chief Steward of High Heaven Palace, Hua Qing Sai. Greetings, Sect Master Mi. Chief Steward is too polite." Mi-Chi returned the courtesy. He was a little curious. What kind of bullshit position was Chief Steward? How come he had never heard of it before? However, seeing that she was standing in front of everyone, even the three great monster kings were below her, it seemed that her position in Yang Kai's heart wasn't low. He couldn't afford to offend her in the future and had to maintain a good relationship with her. Otherwise, he didn't know when she would make things difficult for him. He even had some suspicions in his heart. Yang Kai and this woman wouldn't have a dirty relationship, right? Otherwise, how could a first-order emperor like her have such a high position? Hua Qing Sai didn't know what he was thinking, but if she did, she would definitely fight with him. She pointed to the side and introduced, "This is Rhino Monster King, Sect Master Mi, of course, of course." Mi-Chi smiled and cupped his fists. How could he not have seen him before? Back in the Mi-Tien sect, it was Shi Lei who had fought with him. Mi-Chi clearly felt that he was not his opponent. Rhino Lei grinned at him, revealing a mouthful of fangs, making Mi-Chi feel a little scared. Hua Qing Sai continued, "This is Flying Eagle Monster King." Flying Eagle nodded lightly. "And this is..." Mi-Chi introduced them one by one with a smile on his face. No matter how high the cultivation of the other party was, he always felt inferior. There was nothing he could do about it. Who told the High Sky sect to submit to the High Heaven Palace? Facing these mainstays of the High Heaven Palace, he naturally didn't dare to show any disrespect. Xie Wuwei, Yi Hen, the Southern Gate Army, Hu Yu, the Emperor Realm, Qin Chaoyang, Kai Yu, Ari Oyu, Gui Zhu, Jiyu Kangyun, Wan Bai Ting, and a group of other Dao Source realms. After getting to know them one by one, there were quite a lot of people. Mi-Chi knew the Southern Gate Army, but it was the first time he knew that this famous array master was actually serving in the High Heaven Palace, so he couldn't help but be surprised. One had to know that the Southern Gate Army was famous in the Northern Territory. Although they weren't as good as the disciples of the wondrous pill great emperors, an array master was still an array master. They were extremely popular everywhere. Mi-Chi also had thoughts of recruiting them back then, but the Southern Gate Army simply ignored him. If it were an ordinary First-Order Emperor Realm Master, Mi-Chi would definitely teach them a lesson, but the identity of an array master made him hesitate and not dare to act rashly. If he attacked the Southern Gate Army, he was afraid that the other masters in the Northern Territory wouldn't let him go, and the High Sky sect wouldn't dare to provoke them. When he heard that Hu Yu was an Emperor Artifact Master, Mi-Chi's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. What was going on in the High Heaven Palace? Not only was the Southern Gate Army here, but there was also an Emperor Artifact Master. How many Emperor Artifact Masters were there in the entire star boundary? And this Emperor Artifact Master was actually a woman. He really didn't know where Yang Kai had recruited this group of weirdos. 3 Monster King, an Array Master, and an Artifact Master. Such a foundation was enough to amaze people no matter where they went, and now they were all gathered in one place. It was even more unbelievable. Mi-Chi suddenly felt that submitting wasn't a bad thing. The High Heaven Palace's foundation was indeed superior to the High Sky sects, so submitting wasn't a big loss. In the future, he might have to rely on the Southern Gate Army and this Hu Yu, but it was a bit embarrassing. Hua Qing Sai's next sentence shocked him on the spot. This queen also has an Emperor Artifact Master, but she is currently refining pills and is inconvenient to come out. Please forgive me, Sect Master Midi. Emperor Artifact Master. Mi-Chi almost bit his tongue as he was dumbfounded. Hua Qing Sai smiled slightly. Speaking of which, Sect Master Mi should know this Emperor Artifact Master. I know him. Mi-Chi was shocked. A thought flashed through his mind, but he instinctively didn't dare to believe it. Hua Qing Sai said, "That's right, Master Ji Ying. Sect Master Mi should be familiar with him." Mi-Chi couldn't help but swallow his saliva. His first thought was to look at Li Jiao with an inquiring expression, as if he wanted to know if this was true or false. Ji Ying that was the 5th disciple of the wondrous pill Great Emperors. He was actually also in the High Heaven Palace. He suddenly recalled the scene when he came with Li Jiao to watch Ji Ying and Yang Kai compete in alchemy. At that time, not only had he made a bet with Li Jiao and Yang Kai, but Master Ji also seemed to have made a bet with Yang Kai. He thought about it later. Although Ji Ying lost, with his identity as the disciple of the wondrous pill Great Emperors, Yang Kai wouldn't dare to do anything to him. It was even more impossible for Ji Ying to stay in the High Heaven Palace. But now, it seemed that Ji Ying really did stay. Medicine Core Valley didn't have any objections. The wondrous pill Great Emperors didn't have any objections. Mi-Chi felt his head spinning and his gaze swept across everyone in the hall. A single sect actually gathered 3 peak grandmasters in the form of a monarch array master, a monarch blacksmith master, and a monarch alchemy master. There were even 3 great monster kings in the sect. What the hell was this sect? Even the Great Emperor's sects couldn't compare in some aspects, right? Mi-Chi suddenly felt that his loss wasn't unjust. In a trance, he heard Yang Kai say on the stage, "My High Heaven Palace has a lot of disciples. Although there are some reserves in the warehouse now, we can't just sit there and wait. We need to have a long-term income to survive. Although the chief steward has taken over the territory of the Seeking Passion sect and can collect some taxes from those cities every year and even do some business, it's just a drop in the bucket. My High Heaven Palace has 10 or 20 times more disciples than the Seeking Passion sect, so we need to occupy 10 or 20 times more territory to survive for a long time. Today, I called you here to announce something. This palace master is determined to unify the Northern Territory and make all the cities and sects in the Northern Territory pay tribute to my High Heaven Palace every year. This is the only way to ensure that my High Heaven Palace's foundation doesn't fall. What do you think?" Looking around, the 3 Monster King had indifferent expressions. In any case, they were just Yang Kai's hired thugs. Yang Kai would do whatever he wanted. They weren't afraid of making a big deal out of this. At worst, they could just hide in the savage, desolate ancient land. On the other hand, Hua Qing Sai and the others were surprised. Even Hua Qing Sai hadn't heard Yang Kai mention this before. Hearing this for the first time today, she couldn't help but be stunned. She really didn't know when Yang Kai had this idea. Currently, the High Heaven Palace was in a period of growth. In fact, it wasn't a good time to make enemies. As long as they worked hard to develop for 100 years, with the huge number of disciples, they would definitely be able to dominate the Northern Territory. However, looking at Yang Kai's appearance, Hua Qing Sai knew that he had already made up his mind. At this time, persuading him would definitely be useless. She couldn't help but wonder. If he really did this, it would definitely provoke the resistance of the hundreds of millions of cultivators in the Northern Territory. After all, who would be willing to give up the benefits that were right in front of them? Moreover, how could the High Heaven Palace have so many people to do this kind of thing? The new disciples were still in the process of familiarizing themselves, and their cultivation wasn't high. If they were sent out, they wouldn't be of much use. However, Yang Kai didn't care so much. He looked like he was going to cut the Gordian knot. He looked around and said, "No one has any objections. It seems that you all support this. Very good." The corners of everyone's mouth twitched. What was the use of having objections? The High Heaven Palace was completely under your control. Normally, you didn't care, but when you did, you had the final say. Yang Kai said, "I know what everyone is worried about. It's just a matter of manpower. You don't have to worry about this. Brother Li and Sect Master Mi will help my High Heaven Palace. When the time comes, when the three of us join forces, no one in the Northern Territory can stop us." Li Jiao and Mi Chi cupped their hands and said, "We are willing to listen to Palace Master Yang's orders." Li Jiao was already prepared in his heart, so he didn't feel anything. However, Mi Chi was wailing in his heart. He knew that the High Sky Sect had boarded a pirate ship this time. Yang Kai wanted to unify the Northern Territory and make those cities and sects provide cultivation resources every year. However, the High Heaven Palace couldn't transfer any useful manpower. When the time came, the High Sky Sect and Fire Dragon Palace's people would be the ones leading the charge. The other party would definitely hold a grudge against these two sects. However, the High Heaven Palace could safely hide behind them and enjoy endless benefits. It was really vicious. In other words, the High Heaven Palace didn't need to do anything at all. They only needed to send some people to supervise. Yang Kai was observant. How could he not know what Mi Chi was thinking? He was too lazy to care about him. Yang Kai wasn't planning to monopolize this matter. Since the Fire Dragon Palace and the High Sky Sect were involved, he definitely wouldn't let them work for nothing. He would share some of the benefits with them. As for how much, that would depend on his mood. Hua Ching Sai thought for a while and said, "Palace Master, should we inform Ice Heart Valley about this matter?" Of the 4 top sects in the Northern Territory, 3 had joined forces, but Ice Heart Valley was the only one who didn't know about this. If Yang Kai didn't have a friendship with Ice Heart Valley, then it would be fine, but the key was that they had a good relationship. It would be unkind of him not to involve Ice Heart Valley in this matter. Yang Kai's expression twitched when he heard this. "I have also thought about Ice Heart Valley, but I don't know what they want." The group of women from Ice Heart Valley cultivated ice attribute secret arts and stood aloof from worldly affairs. Yang Kai really couldn't ask them to do something that would incur public anger. It wouldn't be nice if he was reprimanded by Bing Yun. In his plan, if he obtained any benefits in the future, he would share some with Ice Heart Valley. After all, Su Yang was cultivating there, so it would be a good gesture to Ice Heart Valley. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.